Hey Extra! You made it through the part 2 of What If Bakugou went through the Shield Hero's experience. Chapter 4, The Wave of Catastrophe. It had been a week since the Hydra battle and Bakugou had been on the move lately, visiting multiple different local towns that surround the capital area. After healing the desperate man's elder mother, Bakugou had decided to start out a small free healthcare business where he and No would travel town to town under the pretense of healing the injured and sick from those that were still suffering from the first wave or from regular diseases or injuries of this world. This gave Bakugou the excuse to visit more towns, to not get too complacent in one region of this country, but also to give him a good image as he was now being seen as a magic miracle healer. Though he had been going by a fake name as no one would want help from an accused rapist, Shield Devil, and been transforming his shield into one of his magic books to no longer resemble a shield. Despite this being his logical excuse, he can't help but feel proud of himself from helping people like this. He never intends to be a rescue or support hero back at home, but it does put a small smile on his face from the people calling him a hero from all of the crap he had to face from the king, the other heroes, and the beach princess. He and No would also still have to travel across the dangerous roads they never went into before to fight more monsters along the way, with No longer fearing larger monsters. After fighting a giant Hydra, anything else looked simple in comparison. Bakugou was at level 40 while No was at level 28 now. And thanks to his teleportation magic from his map shield, he and No can save a significant amount of time compared to doing everything on foot, as they can teleport back to wherever they've been to before. He hasn't learned much more magic or special skills from these smaller towns, but he did acquire some knowledge on smithing and enchantment skills by some of the local blacksmiths. He's been thinking of an idea he had since coming here. Magic armor gauntlets to help contain his sweat for bigger and more concentrated explosions, like from his old hero costume grenade gauntlets, but less bulky and easier to handle. But they were only an idea right now in the experimental stage. He would need to acquire the right tools and materials to be made, as well being in the best quality. He also learned about the copying weapon system, so he was now able to copy other shield stats, allowing his default shield to get stronger without having to buy other more expensive shields. While traveling, he also acquired a metal trade pass that will allow him to travel through different towns without having to pay any tolls. He, along with some other shields from some of the monsters he's killed, he also acquired a new magic shield ability called the Shield Prison, which would cover a target in a magic metal ball to not only imprison enemies but to protect allies from danger. Bakugou had been reluctant to do any major quests or go out too far from the capital, as he knew that it has almost been a month, so the next wave would be coming soon, so he and his sidekick need to be ready for that and not get too invested in one thing. He also wanted to level himself up more so he wouldn't be as blindsided from another surprise super monster like the Hydra. Speaking of the wave, Bakugou knew that they need to know the exact time it will start. So in the morning, after resupplying, getting some newer better equipment, and upgrade their armor, they head off to the Three Heroes Cathedral. Bakugou didn't want to go anywhere near this place, but he knew that this is where the only dragon hourglass was at in this country, and according to the help screen that was the only way to be shown when the next wave will be coming, so Bakugou had to suck it up and just head toward the church. No can easily see Bakugou wasn't big on it, looking more frustrated than usual. "Are you okay, Sir Bakugou?" "Yes, I'm fine. Let's just find out when the wave will hit and get away from this creepy joint as soon as possible." Bakugou quickly answered her. "I don't see what is so creepy about a place of worship, sir. My people have many temples for our gods, and even if you didn't believe in what they have to say, the priests running them are still honest and respectable people. No says these freaks worship idiot nerds. I don't see how that's even remotely respectable, and I didn't see any of them lift a finger to ever help me out in any way, so they can all go to whatever hell they believe in." Bakugou says to Ne, still feeling extremely angry about this kingdom blindly accepting Myne's words and calling him the Shield Devil. While on their travels, Bakugou did eventually tell Ne about how he was accused of a crime he didn't commit and how a beach partner to Cardinal hero framed him for the fun of it. And the king and the other heroes went along with it. But Bakugou hardly wanted to talk about, so he never went on with the exact details. Na wished she knew more, but Bakugou never wanted to talk more about it, finding the whole thing embarrassing even if he never showed it in person. She wanted to help him, but he was too prideful to admit anything, or ask for anyone's help. The two finally made it inside, and a priestess helped lead the two toward the dragon hourglass. The hourglass itself was huge, with multiple different glasses of sand falling into each one. Bakugou steps towards it as a retractable staircase appears near the giant hourglass. As Bakugou moves up to it, a beam of light appears from the hourglass, and the beam eventually hits the cardinal weapon. After the beam disappeared, it seemed like nothing happened, until Bakugou looked at his status screen and now saw that there was a timer, and according to it the wave will start in about 14 hours from now. So Bakugou and Na had less than a day to prepare for the wave and was ready to head out until he heard a voice. "Well, look who's here." To Bakugou's displeasure, it was Spear Hero Motoyasu, who was with Ren, Itsuki, and his own partner Malty, still wearing that stupid cape I see. "I wonder how you even survived this long?" Motoyasu continues to insult. Bakugou hated the sight of all of them, especially Malty, and tries to ignore them as much as possible as he walks past Motoyasu. "Move over, I have more important things to worry about than a bunch of annoying extras." He insults them. "Hey Bakugou, Sir Motoyasu is still talking to you." Malty raises her voice to him. "Sorry, I don't speak beach or slot, mind speaking in my language." Bakugou insults as he walks past her. "What the hell did you just call me? Sir Motoyasu, you're not going to take his crap, right? Sir Motoyasu?" Myne shouts, but noticed Motoyasu wasn't responding until she turns to see that he was holding hands with Na, which neither her or Bakugou liked. "Well, hello, I'm the spear hero Motoyasu. What's your name? A beautiful woman like you shouldn't have to wield a sword yourself." Motoyasu flirts with Na, who just looks confused, though she did recognize his title. "Spear hero? Oh yes, Sir Bakugou mentioned you a few times. You also refer to yourself Sir Ponytail, is that right?" Na asked. But hearing that, made Motoyasu squint. No, it's just Motoyasu. Where did you hear that from?" He tries to correct her. "Well, that's what Sir Bakugou always referred to you as. Well, actually he would always referred you to as Ponytail slot. But I assume the last part was just an insult." Na answers, trying to remain as polite as possible. Motoyasu cringes at that. "Damn you Bakugou, you're already ruining all my chances of hooking up with this pretty blue girl," he says quietly to himself. Malty headed and went up to Motoyasu. "Sir Motoyasu, why are you messing around with the demi-human?" Na moves away from Motoyasu and toward Myne. "Oh, I'm not actually a demi-human. But the name's Na, it's nice to meet you." Na gleefully says and raises her arm out to Malty, who only looked disgusted at her. But before anything happened between them, Bakugou steps in. "Ignore these idiots, Blue, they aren't worth any of our times," he says to her. But before the two could leave, Itsuki had something to say to Na. "So wait, Na, you're Bakugou's partner, right?" he asked, wondering who would ever want to willingly be partners with Bakugou of all people, even before the rape accusation. No, wanting to be friendly, answered him. "Yes, though I'm not technically his partner, I'm what he calls his sidekick." Itsuki rolled his eyes from that. "Sidekick? What's with you Bakugou acting like you're superior to everyone? You have to bring down your own party member as well?" he thinks to himself. But he then asks Na another question. "So how exactly did you end up with him?" "Sir Bakugou saved my life from a group of bandits that attempted to rape me in the woods. I had nowhere else to go and he took me up to train me to be a hero." Na answers, with Itsuki still wondering what was up with this random girl. Motoyasu decided to speak up on that. "Really? Ha, what irony, a rapist saving the life of a woman from other rapists. I don't know if I should applaud you Bakugou for changing or call you out on your hypocrisy." Motoyasu mocks. "I don't give two sheets what you idiot nerds think of me. I will soon kick all of your asses, and my sidekick is going to be a far better hero than any of you three will ever be. This world will forever sing the praises of me and her." You'll be nothing but footnotes to my path to glory, Bakugou shouts and insults to them. Motoyasu and Katsuki would have said more, but the two and Bakugou had enough of each other's crap. Bakugou turns toward the hallway out of the cathedral. Let's just go, Blue. I think I've heard enough idiot talk for today. He angrily commands with Ne following suit without question. You better be treating her well, Bakugou. I'm keeping my eye on you. If I find out you've been abusing her in any way, I won't hesitate to make you suffer a fate 10 times worse. Itsuki threatens to Bakugou, but he didn't care at this point, just as I always wanted to do to all of my own childhood bullies. Itsuki thinks to himself. As he was walking through, he passes by Ren, who didn't say a word to Bakugou, which the shield hero notices, just remaining as silent as always, pale face. That seems like the only thing you're good at. Bakugou insults to Ren as he and Ne leave the room. Ren wanted to say something to Bakugou, but he still felt extreme shame after doing nothing at Bakugou's unfair trial, and with Bakugou unwilling to listen, he knew it would be pointless to try, but it still ate at him. The fact he stood there at the trial and just watched as the court roasted him over a fire. The fact he just decided to not be a hero at that moment. As she and Bakugou left the church, Ne knew something wasn't right about Bakugou. From all the time she spent with him, he had always seemed somewhat hostile to people, but this felt more personal and his anger ran deeper with the other heroes. Ne wasn't sure if these were the same people Bakugou talked about that were involved in the rape accusation. Despite trying to hit on her, Motoyasu seemed like a nice guy who wouldn't set up a fake crime. Many questions continued to pop up all over her head, questions she knew Bakugou doesn't want to answer to her. Regardless of what happens before, she hopes in some way she can help rectify it, perhaps in one step at a time. The next day, 14 hours later, everyone was uneasy for the incoming wave. Everyone knew when it was coming, but it still didn't diminish the threat of the incoming monsters. With the cardinal heroes, only Bakugou and Ren were taking it seriously. Itsuki and Motoyasu didn't seem the least bit worried as they mess around with their teams, while other adventurers and soldiers were standing by at the capital square ready for the horrors that will arrive soon. Bakugou looks back at Ne. Remember, Blue, don't worry about size or numbers, just have confidence in your newfound strength and stay focused, he says to her. Ne quickly nods in agreement. Yes sir, Bakugou. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and all of a sudden the final grain of sand fell to the bottom of the dragon hourglass. The wave had finally begun. All the skies immediately turned red, and Bakugou, the other cardinal heroes, and their teams had all teleported out of the capital to a forested area, where the wave's full force will be at. Weird-looking portals started to appear all over, where numerous monsters started to pour out of them. Bakugou was pumped up and ready to fight the swarms. Hell yeah, this is my kind of action. Time to fight, Blue. He yells to Ne as they head out to the center of the swarm. Until Ne noticed something in the opposite direction. Sir Bakugou, look over by that town. Bakugou turns to where Ne was pointing to see that the town launched a flare. Considering the wave that was happening right now, it could only mean trouble. Sir Bakugou, they must be calling for help. We can't just leave them to defend themselves. Ne says to him. Bakugou hates to admit it, but she was right. With how far the castle is from here, by the time they respawn there won't be much left to even save. Damn it. Where the hell are those other idiots at? He shouts until he looks down from the cliff he was at and saw the three other cardinal heroes running off to the swarm along with their parties. Hey idiots. Bakugou shouts toward the three heroes, but they just ignored him. Damn them. They could have sent out at least one person from each party to protect that town, but instead they keep them around when they are obviously not going to use them. Idiots. All of them, idiots. Bakugou yells to himself over how careless the other heroes were doing with the situation. Bakugou could only growl to himself. As much as he wants to fight the full force of the wave head-on, he couldn't just leave a village full of innocents to themselves. How would people think of heroes if they did nothing to help out people calling for aid? It brought memories of damage in his old world with the battle at Kamino Ward in All Might's battle against All for One. Even when he never called for help, The heroes including Shido's bastard father Endeavor were all willing to help rescue him. All might even sacrifice what was left of his quirk to defeat all for one for good, just for him. As much as he wanted to show off to the other heroes, his duty as a hero was more important at this time. After some more quick thinking, he then finally made his decision. Damn it all. Blue, we're going to the town. Quickly move out. Bakugou orders Na, who nodded yes without question, and her and Bakugou ran off to the town of Loot to save the people before they are slaughtered. In the middle of the town of Loot, the townsfolk were doing all they can to fight off the wave horde monsters that consisted of humanoid zombies, soldiers, small and large ones, as well as flying venomous zombie bees that were flying all over. Despite their best efforts, the town was being overwhelmed with what guards they had there, being forced to fall back, and the civilians were all running for dear life as they do what they can to protect their families, including the small children. It seemed hopeless now. The wave monsters had a town surrounded and began to move closer to the helpless civilians. One group of families were forced to huddle together as a giant zombie towers in front of them while they were cornered at a building. They all hugged each other in fear, with the zombie giant ready to chop them up with its giant axe. It raises it up ready to kill them, until boom. The monster's head explodes and quickly falls to the ground dead. The families didn't know what happened until they looked back again and saw Bakugou, the shield hero, standing tall over the dead giant zombie, saving their lives. I want all of you to get out of here toward the edge of town for now, to where the others are at. Don't stand around. Go. 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 Bakugou orders them, with all of them following his order. Bakugou looks toward Na after she slays some zombies around other civilians. Blue, we need to protect everyone at any costs. Gather them up with the ones that can fight and keep these undead bastards as far away from them as you can. He orders with Na. The two heroes then engage the monsters in town. Bakugou uses his quirk to speed himself across one side of the town, using his shield many times to block the attacks of the zombies, protecting many of the villagers and then blasting those same zombies into pieces. Na was on the other side of the village, using her speed and agility to dodge and quickly slice up the hordes. The two continued to save and gather civilians across the infested area. Eventually they gathered them all near the edge of the town, now all close together. Once Bakugou had been assured that they had everyone in town, with Na meeting up with him again, Bakugou gives them another order as the zombies began to gather up reinforcements. Blue, take them to the mines and kill whatever undead bastard that tries to attack them or get in your way. I'll keep most of these things distracted and send as many back to hell as possible. And meet me back at the center of town when you're done with the mines being blocked off. Na didn't like the fact that she would have to leave her master alone, but she knew full well Bakugou can take care of himself and nods in agreement. Yes sir. She turns and leads the way to the mines, with most of the townspeople following suit, with the women and the children at the center and men on the edges with swords and pitchforks. Though not all of the men joined in, a small group remained beside the shield hero. What are you idiots doing? Get with the others. Bakugou ordered them. But these men refused to leave. Shield hero, Loot is our home and we are not going to let it burn to the ground. You helped defend our families. Now it's our turn to help you. One of the men shouts to him. Bakugou didn't need help, but he also didn't have the time to argue with them. Fine, whatever, I'll attack the main force on the ground. You guys get up high up above the ground and attack the zombie bees. He orders them, with the group of men agreeing. Bakugou blasts his way into the infested town in full force and started blowing up numerous living corpses. It was quite the massacre, as undead limbs and body parts explode all over the place as Bakugou blows each and every one of them up and continues to block every single attack with his shield, and utilizing many of its abilities to kill more of them off, as well as helping out the other villagers that were fighting off the zombie bees up on a tall lookout tower. The explosions created a large amount of noise, attracting more and more zombies and bees toward Bakugou. It was exactly what he wanted. The more that was attacking him, the less that were going after Na and the civilians, as she escorts and protect them toward the safe mines, but to the few that she does encounter she chops them up easily. Little did Bakugou know he would be attracting a lot more than he expected. Far into the woods of the battlefield, Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki had been fighting off the head of the horde, but as they slaughter many zombies, the three heroes and their groups eventually found the boss of the wave. It was a large chimera, a multiple-headed beast with the head of a lion at its center, a head of a dragon on its left side, a head of a goat-like antelope on its right side, and a tail of a viper. It was a ferocious beast as it does all it can to kill the cardinal heroes. But the combined powers of the bow, sword, and spear hero had been overwhelming it as the three maintained their distances as they blast long-range attacks at the monster. Wind arrow, crimson blade, lightning spear, the three's attacks continue to do significant damage to it as its health was around half now. It was only a matter of time before the boss was vanquished. If we keep the pressure up, the boss should be defeated soon. Keep aiming at the center head. Itsuki shouts excitingly, getting the rush out of fighting a powerful enemy, forgetting about the large wave that was happening. It's my turn now, Motoyasu shouts as he charges his spear for an attack. The chimera continues to engage as it roars toward the heroes. It was ready to attack Motoyasu again, but before it could get close, it quickly stopped once it started to hear loud noises from its coat head. The rest of the heads looked away to where that noise was coming from. It was coming from the town of Loot from a distance, where it also noticed large flashes of light all the way over there. The activity attracted the monster's attention so much it completely ignored the other heroes. Chaos Spear? Motoyasu shouts and launches his new attack at the chimera, but the beast was no longer interested in the three heroes, and with its intense speed it jumped out of the way of Motoyasu's attack and started running off toward the town. This confused all of the heroes, especially Itsuki. What the hell is it doing? It's just running off now? We must have damaged it enough to scare it off. It's probably going to hide and heal itself. Ren rationalizes, then come on, let's follow it. Motoyasu orders as he, Ren, Itsuki, and their parties attempt to go after the boss. But as the three groups attempt to follow the fast-moving monster, dozens of giant zombies fall from the sky and land in front of the groups, forcing them to stop. Hundreds of other zombies began to surround them, with swarms of zombie bees coming at them from above. Before they could go anywhere, they would have to fight them all off while the wave boss heads off to the town to attack the source of that light. Bakugou continues to fight the zombies as most of the horde begins to dwindle around the town. All of the evacuated townsfolk finally made it to the mines safely thanks to Na's protection as she helps them barricade the mine. Monsters still rain down from the sky with the zombie bees dominating the air. Bakugou doesn't mind it too much, but even he knew he had his limits with his quirk. He knew the wave had to end eventually, as it did before he even got there, but by what? But as he was thinking and blowing up more zombie bees, a large flare was launched high in the sky and quickly exploded into rain hellfire as it kills off a large amount of the enemies in the area. Bakugou held up his shield to protect himself and was thankful that all the civilians were taken out before this happened, with the men at the guard tower fine as well. Once the raining fire died down, it became apparent who did it. A large group of knights came to the town, finally responding to the call for help earlier. The knight commander and his men walked up to the town center with Bakugou looking mad at them. "How we burned them all in a single strike. Now we need to find." Then Bakugou throws an explosive punch in the commander's face. "You idiots didn't realize that I was still here." Bakugou yells at them, with the other knights drawing their swords. The mad commander quickly gets himself up. "You're lucky that I don't have you executed here by my own blade, you devil!" he shouts at Bakugou, with the two giving each other mad stares. Bakugou would have continued to insult him, but he knew he had to stay focused on the wave at hand, so he backed away from the commander. "Whatever, listen, most of the monsters were killed off now, but more are coming. You idiots need to get into formation as you hold off the main hordes. I'll be the main attacker as I kill off most of these bastards. A few of you need to also head off to the mines to protect the townspeople that are held up there." He orders the knights, expecting them to follow. But the commander just laughs. "Ha ha ha ha, you think I'm going to follow your orders, shield? We're only here to support the 3 other heroes, not to waste our time with you." He mocks Bakugou, only making him angrier. "Those idiots don't need any help, you're probably only going to be cannon fodder to them anyway. If you know what's good for yourselves, you're going to be listening to me." Bakugou insults him back. But the commander lost his patience and had enough. "We already know what's good for us, and it doesn't involve you or your stupid shield. Come on men, let's just roar." A loud sound suddenly emerges, and that surprised the knights, including the commander. What the hell was? They quickly looked behind, and to their horror they all see the giant chimera emerging out of the woods and immediately pounced toward the horrified knights. But right before the lion head could bite their heads off, Bakugou blasts himself in front of the group, held his shield up and shouts, "Spiderweb shield!" With it transforming into a web and stops the chimera in its place with its lion head helplessly stuck on the shield. As he holds it off, Bakugou turns his head toward the surprised knights. "Unless you idiots want to transform into sheet later, I suggest you begin the defensive formation," he orders. As much as he didn't like the idea of following orders from the shield devil, the knight commander knew what he had to do. "You heard him, men. Set up a defensive formation pronto," he orders, with the knights falling back as they make a circle with their shields and swords out. Bakugou continues to struggle with the monster, as well as dodging the viper tail attacks as he observes its stats, including its health. Damn, this thing's health is higher than anything else here. And judging the lack of other creatures like it, this has to be the boss of this wave. If I can kill it now, this wave might finally end, he says to himself. He also noticed that despite its high health, he could see it was lower than it should be. He wouldn't be surprised if it originally fought with the 3 idiots a bit ago but lost it. But the monster had enough struggling, as the dragon head finally decided to breathe fire at Bakugou, forcing him to jump out of the way with his quirk, with his shield turning back to normal as well. The dragon head continued to breathe fire around the ground, keeping the hero away. Bakugou holds out his shield, awaiting it to attack again, but he and the knights noticed that more zombies were coming into the town. The 2 groups are now dealing with 2 different forces to fight against. Bakugou then orders them, "Men, I want you to hold off the zombies as much as you can while I deal with this thing. If any big guys go after you, keep your distance and stab them in their heads when they lower them down. But don't break your formation no matter what, or you're all dead." Despite being reluctant to follow the shield hero, the knights, including the commander, knew he was the only thing protecting them from being slaughtered by the chimera, so they all listened. "You heard him, men. Protect the shield hero from behind and keep the wave forces at bay," the commander shouts, and they continue to maintain their formation as they kill and held off the zombie horde. Back with Bakugou, he remained still as the monster has yet to act again, waiting for the right time to pounce on him. It did give Bakugou time to think. This thing's health is way too high for me to kill it with one explosion. I'm going to need to attack multiple times in specific places to finally kill it. He knew that each head had a different attack, and if he wants to make this boss easier to defeat, he is going to have to kill off each head to make it more manageable for him. And thankfully, unlike the Hydra, he won't have to worry about them regenerating back. But the monster finally had enough, and with the goat head, it attempts to charge at Bakugou at full speed. Bakugou manages to jump out of the way, and blasted it at its side, only doing minor damage as the viper tail attempts to bite him with its venom. Bakugou knew that jumping up at it would be dangerous because of said venomous tail, so he knew the tail had to go. But the monster quickly turned itself around, but this time it uses the dragon head again, attempting to burn Bakugou. The shield hero continues to use his quirk to jump away, but the fire was getting more intense as the monster burns the ground around them. It seems that the dragon head has some resistance to the flames itself, as some of it got onto the monster's dragon head, no taking any damage, making it harder for Bakugou to get near it, with it also meaning his explosions won't do much against it. He would have to find another way to destroy the dragon head. The monster pounces toward him, using its claws as it swipes at his shield over and over again with overwhelming force. Bakugou was beginning to reach his threshold as the monster continues to attack. Thankfully though, the monster was getting tired as well and slowed down as it continued its swiping attacks. This gave Bakugou the opportunity to make his move. After one missed swipe, Bakugou rolls on the right of it and then jumps up with his quirk to grab onto the horns of the goat head from below to protect himself from the viper that still tried to strike him, but Bakugou was far enough away from it to not reach him. The goat head tried to shake him off, but Bakugou maintained a tight grip on the horns. The whole chimera attempts to reach Bakugou with its claws, but the hero was just barely out of its reach. Bakugou then removes one hand off a horn and starts blasting at the goat head's face over and over. It was painful to the chimera as it shakes around and attempts to reach for Bakugou again with its claws. This time though, it did manage to scrape Bakugou in the leg a bit and scratch his lower pants legs along with a small cut dripping some blood. Ah! Damn you to hell! Bakugou yells as he finally had it, and with his rage, he puts his hand inside the goat head's mouth and blows it completely up. Bakugou blasts himself off the chimera as it screams and runs around in agony from the loss of one of its heads. Bakugou quickly uses his healing medical shield and some of the healing potions he created to quickly patch up his wound and stop the bleeding. But the monster was more enraged as it recovers from the head explosion. It pounces and swipes at Bakugou over and over as he continues to block it off with his shield. The dragon head begins to breathe fire round again, forcing Bakugou to blast himself away. The first head was the easiest to kill off, but it was going to be harder to kill off the dragon head if it can breathe fire at him, and the lion head had razor-sharp teeth, so putting his hand into either of their mouths was suicide. He wasn't sure what to do as he prepares himself for the boss to charge again, but then the small rock hits his shield. It caught his attention as he looks up to where it came from. Upon the roof of a building, it was Na back again as she remains quiet with her blade ready on the roof of a house with the chimera, unaware of her existence. Bakugou just smiles back at her as he turns back at the monster. It finally charges at Bakugou with full rage, but before it got right up to Bakugou again, he shouts, "Airstrike shield!" With that, an energy shield appears right in front of him as the chimera bashes itself into the shield and shattering the magic object, but also temporarily stunning the monster. "Now blue!" he shouts with Na jumping off the roof above the boss monster. The viper tail attempts to strike and bite her in the air until, "Airstrike shield!" Bakugou shouts again right before it could reach Na. As the snake tail bashes itself into the energy shield, Na grabs the neck of the stunned viper tail right below the snake head as the shield disappeared, and with one stroke of her blade, Na quickly sliced the viper head tail clean off. Na falls back down and lands at the ground, dropping the severed head. The chimera quickly got back up and screams in pain once more as blood sprays around what's left of its bleeding tail. It quickly turns toward Na and went off to attack her until Bakugou shouts, "Shield prison!" and a magic chain ball envelopes Na. The mad chimera attempts to break it open, but despite its power, its slashing and biting attacks, it couldn't destroy the ball. Bakugou ran up at its back and started to blast it like crazy, lowering its health quickly with no tail to attack him back with. Na then made her move as well inside the ball as she places her hands on the ball's wall and shouts, "Electric shock!" A surge of electricity enveloped the ball as the monster suffers from the intense shock. The painful attacks allowed Na to escape once the ball disappeared, as the chimera was now stunned until it quickly started to breathe its fire again, forcing Bakugou to jump away. Bakugou and Na quickly regrouped together. "Are the civilians safe, Blue?" he asked her. "Yes, they blocked off the cave entrance once they were all inside. They should be safe until the wave ends," she answers him. "Hopefully this wave will end once we finally kill off this ugly bastard. It only has 2 heads left and about 25% of its health. When you kill its other head, I'll toast its last head off," he informs Na as they both ready themselves for another attack. The chimera had finally lost it though, as its dragon head continually breathes fire. Unlike the other times, the dragon head would not stop as it was continually burning the area around it. But Bakugou finally had a plan now to kill this thing for good. "Blue, me and you will run up to it until I give you the right opportunity to jump over the bastard." I'll keep the two heads on me while you get behind it and quickly kill the dragon head, Bakugou ordered. After nodding in agreement, Nut ran right up to the monster as it goes mad with its fire with Bakugou right behind her. The dragon head aims directly at Nut, then Bakugou shouted, "Airstrike shield," allowing Nut to jump over the fire and the monster while Bakugou holds back the intense fire with his shield as the boss focuses on him. Once behind it, Nut ran back up toward the distracted dragon head and with her sword powered by her magic she quickly sliced the dragon head off, stopping the fires for good. The chimera only had its main lion head left. The desperate boss attempts to attack Bakugou one last time with all of its strength and with only 5% of its HP left. Bakugou blast jumped away and once far enough continued to stand there with him actually removing his shield from his arm as he places it in front of his body. "Come at me, you rug." The mad monster finally ran and pounced on Bakugou as he purposely fell to the ground on his back, just missing the chimera's power clawed swipe. As he lays on the ground above it, the chimera goes for the kill with its massive jaws to bite Bakugou's head off. But Bakugou quickly aims his shield vertically and shoves it right in the monster's mouth, preventing it from closing. With its mouth now open and exposed, Bakugou smirks and goes for the kill. "Eat this." He quickly places his hands inside the wide-open mouth and quickly activates his quirk. Boom. And with that massive explosion, it completely blows the monster's last head into pieces, finally killing it for good as its headless body falls dead. And almost instantly the wave itself had ended. The portals disappear, the skies turned blue again, and all of the wave monsters had died off, including all the ones the knights were fighting off. The knights themselves were relieved that the wave had finally stopped, but they were even more surprised when they looked toward the shield hero as he stands victorious in front of the dead boss with his shield reforming back on him. Despite being just the defense hero, he managed to defeat the boss of the wave, something that the three other heroes together were unable to do. It even surprised the knight commander. "I can't believe this, but the shield devil actually did it." Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki continued to slaughter legions of zombies as they fall from the sky. "We can't keep this up forever. We need to find that boss again to end this wave," Itsuki shouts as he shoots down more swarms of the zombie bees. Ren shouts out after he decapitated a bunch of zombies at once, "Let's push forward, force our way into the woods, and then we can." But all of a sudden, the wave monsters stopped and all immediately died off with the sky just as quickly turning back to normal. The three groups were completely confused by all of this. What the hell just happened? The wave is over, Motoyasu says in confusion, but we haven't even killed off the boss yet. Why would it just stop now all of a sudden? Itsuki says as well. Ren was just as clueless as the other two in their groups until he looks back to where the chimera went, and the only thing in its direction was a small town of loot. He knew the only way to find answers was to find what happened to it. "Come on all of you, let's head to where it ran off," he shouts to everyone as he runs to the town with the others without question following his lead. After some running, the groups finally made it to outside of the town of loot. When they were all there, they couldn't believe their eyes. The wave's boss was not only dead, but it was Bakugou who was standing in victory in front of its corpse. None of them could believe what they were seeing. Is that Bakugou? And was that the chimera? Itsuki asked in confusion, with Motoyasu just as flummoxed. "Looks like the crazy bastard actually did it. That would explain why the wave suddenly stopped," Ren says, quickly putting things together. Myne however wouldn't accept it. "That's impossible. There is no way the shield devil could have killed that thing or even anything else above a balloon." Motoyasu, who is unwilling to question Myne and feeling a bit jealous, agrees with her. "Yeah, no way that loudmouthed bastard had the power to do anything in the wave, let alone the boss." "Then who killed the boss?" Itsuki questioned, seeing none of this making any sense. "How about we stop discussing it and get him to talk ourselves," Motoyasu says as he and the other two follow him as they run to Bakugou. Back with Bakugou, he goes around to gather the pieces of enemies he's killed, including the chimera. From the regular fodder, he gained interdimensional zombie bee shield +6 agility, zombie shield inventory rot resistance, Giant zombie shield plus 6 defense for the chimera. He gained multiple shields from different parts of it, including chimera meat shield improve cooking skills, chimera bone shield increase shadow resistance, chimera leather shield plus 10 defense, goat head shield increase threshold from resisting charging attacks, dragon head shield increase resistance against fire attacks by 10%, viper tail shield increase poison resistance by 10% and gain chain shield ability. Bakugou was surprised at how much he got from the one boss, but what was most interesting to him was the chain shield ability, which according to the more in-depth description from the help menu it says that the ability will allow the user to create or use the same ability twice, as well as allowing him to change his different shields a lot quicker. But he would have to level himself up further to be able to properly use it. As he finishes up, Nya approaches him while he was drinking some HP potions with a healing shield on him. "Are you okay, Sir Bakugou?" she asked. "I'm fine, Blue. I just need some rest after all of that crap," he answers while he sits on the chimera's corpse as he also throws a HP potion to his sidekick. After healing up, she looks back at her master after drinking a potion herself. "Well, I know you don't like asking for it, but if you ever need of any sort of help, whether it's physical or emotional, I'll always be here for you," she gratefully says to him. But Bakugou wasn't big on the idea. "What are you suddenly my mom now? I don't need any help with my emotional self. What I want out of you is progress, which right now I'm mostly satisfied with, but improvements are still needed." Bakugou answers her, doing his best to still look strong in front of her. Nya didn't want to stir up any trouble with Bakugou, so she didn't say any more, but she still wants to mentally help him out in any way she can to at least interact with people like the other heroes. Bakugou then brought out a bunch of more health potions and gave them to her. "I want you to give these out to any injured soldiers and combatants. After that, and when I rest up, we will go back to get the villagers out of the cave and provide whatever aid we can to them. You got that?" he orders her. Nya nods in agreement and she grabs the potions and moves toward the soldiers and the other villager combatants. Bakugou lays back on the dead monster until he heard "Hey Bakugou." Bakugou growls in anger knowing who it was. "Damn it. Those idiots again," he says out loud as he forces himself back up as the three heroes finally made it up to Bakugou. "About time you nerds made it here. I had figured you were all eaten alive." He insults the three. "Bakugou, what happened to the wave boss?" Itsuki asked, getting straight to the point, hoping for a logical answer about this. "That's easy. I killed the ugly bastard with some help from my sidekick, obviously," he quickly answers and brags to him, but many of them were in denial of the truth, with Motoyasu being the most vocal. "What a load of bullcrap. There is no way you could have killed it with that stupid shield you have there." Motoyasu insults back at Bakugou, who then puts his foot on the monster corpse. "Then explain this, idiot, if you're that dense." Bakugou shouts at Motoyasu, who couldn't think of anything to explain why the boss was dead. Myne decided to talk to the Knight Commander. "Commander, I'm sure it was really one of your knights that killed the monster, am I right?" she demanded from the commander. No, I hate to admit it myself, but it was indeed the shield hero who killed the monster. We were merely here for support," he answers her, which only made Myne mad. Absolutely no way in hell is that even possible. A shielder class should have next to no attack power. Stop these tasteless jokes and tell me what actually killed the monster, that's an order. Myne demanded, again more aggressive to the commander, who was getting nervous around the princess. But it is true, the shield hero had used some sort of fire magic and had his demi-human partner help out like he said. "Just ask my other men, they all saw it themselves as well." The commander answers her with the other knights nodding yes, which only made Myne more furious as she grits her teeth and growls to this truth. The other heroes were still unsure of how he killed it, but they can't deny it anymore. But even then Itsuki and Motoyasu were still upset by this. Regardless how he killed it, that was supposed to be our kill. Bakugou, you can't just steal another player's kill like that, especially since we knocked down most of its health first. It's not proper gamer etiquette. Itsuki says, feeling jealous and thinking the world was still a game with its players following self-imposed rules. But Bakugou just laughs his ass off from that statement. Ha 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 ha. Are you serious? You're still treating this like a video game, Bo Beach. I don't give two shits if you wanted to kill that thing first, and there aren't no damn moderators to complain to, so grow up. He insults to Atsuki Bobitk. You do remember we are all older than you, right? So don't be telling us to grow up while you have to yell out everything. Itsuki talks back, starting to lose his temper to Bakugou. But all Bakugou did to answer back at Itsuki was giving him the middle finger right at him. Itsuki was mad, but he pulled back. Why do I even bother with you? Motoyasu then decided to butt in again. Oh, don't be afraid to talk back to the toddler. He's all bark but no bite anyway. What the hell did you just call me, ponytail slot? Bakugou explodes at Motoyasu. Motoyasu smiles as he continued to insult Bakugou. You heard me. If you insist on calling me a slot, I have the right to call you a toddler. You think I'm the damn toddler here? You probably wouldn't survive one day out there without your beach war to wipe your ass everywhere you shit at. Bakugou insults him. Motoyasu got more defensive. Hey you, leave mine out of this. She already has a lot to deal with after what you tried to do to her. I'll goddamn bring up the beach up whenever I feel like it. Especially when you're around. You're nothing more than a beach to the beach. How about I kick your ass and see if your big mouth will still talk afterward? Go ahead and try, and I'll burn your slot ass ponytail. Stop calling me ponytail, spike, hair. Motoyasu and Bakugou continue on arguing and insulting each other back and forth, with Itsuki and Ren forced to watch the event. Myne was also watching, but she turned away to see Bakugou's partner Na helping out the soldiers by giving them healing potions as well as using some minor healing magic for other injuries. This made Myne start thinking, there is no way the shield hero could have killed the boss on its own even with half health. The only way this makes any sense is that she actually killed it for him. This strange-looking demi-human must be a lot stronger than she looks. But I'm not going to let that shielder continue to take fame and fortune away from me and that idiot Motoyasu. Myne says to herself as she observes Na, who was taking care of the injured soldiers with a kind heart. Myne then evilly smirks as she developed an idea to not only stop the demi-human from stealing her team's thunder ever again, but to also screw over Bakugou some more. She turns to see Bakugou still arguing with Motoyasu, not paying attention to anything else. She then makes her move and walks up to Na to talk to her. Excuse me, are you the shield hero's partner? She asks, using her nice girl act again. Na turns toward Myne and gave her a genuine smile, remembering the spear hero's partner. Yes, well, sort of. I'm his sidekick training to be a proper hero. But I don't think we were able to properly introduce each other back at the church. My name is Na. It's nice to meet you. Na says as she raises her hand up to Myne. Despite being just as disgusted as before, Myne continues her fake smile and acts to shake hands with Bakugou's partner for her scheme to work. Thank you, it's nice to meet you too. My name is Myne. They eventually stop shaking and Na continues to be friendly with Myne. It's very nice to talk to another sidekick to a hero. I admit it's always nice to know more about other people in general, and it's great we can have a conversation with each other. She says as the two look back at Bakugou and Motoyasu continuing their shouting contest. I only wish Sir Bakugou could do the same thing. She continues. Yeah, it does seem our heroes don't get along. It breaks my heart. Myne continues to lie. I know Sir Bakugou isn't a people's person, but whatever happened between him and the other heroes, it seemed to have hurt Bakugou badly all the way to his soul. From what he said, it was from a supposed rape crime he never committed, but that was all he would ever say about it. I hope one day I can somehow fix this and at least have him be friends with other heroes. Na says, concerned about Bakugou. Myne then made her move. I understand how you're feeling. Motoyasu has always been conflicted with Bakugou over that horrible event. I wish to help, make amends with the two as well. Hey, why don't I give you this as a gift from me? Myne then takes a small gold ring off of her finger and hand it over to Na. Was somewhat hesitant. She was warned by Bakugou about trusting people she hardly knew about and told her of how horrible the other heroes are. She thinks about it, But myne seemed nice enough to her and was a partner to a hero, so she couldn't be evil. And while she respected her master, she knew that he would overreact to a lot of things before, so maybe the crime accusation thing was just some weird misunderstanding. She also figured that this was the only way to rebuild relationships with the heroes, so after enough thinking she eventually accepted it. She then quickly put it on her finger. It wasn't anything special, it was a normal gold jewelry ring with a red gem on it, but it was the thought that counted to her. "Thank you very much, myne. I just wish I had something just as valuable to give you in exchange." No thanks to her, but myne continues to evilly smirk. "Oh, don't worry about that. Think of it as an olive branch of kindness to help fix our heroes' heated relations." Myne lies again as Na accepted her fake kind words. "Thank you very much. I'll do my part to end this feud for good, and maybe we can fight together again soon." Na finally says to myne as she shakes her hand again and goes back to help the soldiers. Myne just evilly smirks away. Ha, what a wide-eyed naive idiot. Had Bakugou seen any of this, he would have stopped myne and Na, but he was so focused on Motoyasu he didn't see any of it, as the two were near the point of killing each other. Motoyasu almost had enough of it though. "This is getting stupid. Why am I even bothering with a tank like you? You might as well be just a brick wall with a loud siren attached to it. Because unlike you, I'm actually right about everything, including me being the best damn hero. Unlike you and the two other idiots, I actually gave a damn about protecting this town and the people while you were screwing off with the zombies. Where the hell were all of you at when this place was calling for help with the flare?" He calls them out on. Both Ren and Atsuki weren't sure what to say, considering he did have a point, but Motoyasu tried to justify himself. "Well, obviously we were trying to defeat the boss first, kill the boss and the wave ends, that was all that needs to be done." "Well, let me ask you this, idiots, how many partners do you all have?" Bakugou asked them. Motoyasu was confused by the question. What the hell does that have to? Ren interrupts to answer. "I have 5. Itsuki has 3, and Motoyasu has 4. Bakugou then continues, "And how many actually helped you fight against the boss itself when you were originally fighting it?" Ren and Atsuki were both silent as the two looked unsure on what to say, as they scratched their heads thinking if they even used their partners in any way other than fighting zombies. Motoyasu was just as unsure, but actually gave an answer. "Well, myne helped us a little during the boss fight." "And anyone else?" Bakugou quickly asked. The 3 were unable to answer him, only proving his point. Itsuki though tried to justify it. "Well, they were handling the fodder while we were dealing with the boss, so they weren't needed to fight the boss itself and kept us focused on it." Itsuki answers. "Then why the hell didn't you at least send one of them to the town to help? Just one of each team's weakest would have been enough to defend this town. Instead you only kept them around as your glorified cheerleaders while innocent people here are being slaughtered by monsters." Itsuki and Motoyasu were just getting angry at Bakugou for all the insults, but what he said did hit Ren. He knew Bakugou was right. He could have had his team defend this town while he fought the boss, but that went completely over his head, and Bakugou had to defend this town himself with only one other partner. It felt embarrassing to him. Motoyasu just had it with Bakugou though. "If you think that any of this somehow makes you better than me, then how about we finally test it right now as I kick your ass? Go ahead and try and see what will happen." Ponytail slot. Bakugou intimidates. Motoyasu was ready to just attack Bakugou for his insults, but myne decided to step in. Now Motoyasu, we shouldn't be wasting our time with this, we should just head out to celebrate our first victory. Myne of course is waiting for them to be more public first before anything happens between the two. Motoyasu, unable to say no to his female partner, went along with her. "You're right, this is just a waste of time. Whether he actually kill the boss or not, he's not going to be as lucky by the next wave. So let's just get out of here already." "Oh wait a second, heroes," the Knight Commander quickly says before Motoyasu's group left. "We also came to inform you that the king has actually invited all of you to the castle for a celebration for your victory and will offer you rewards there." The 3 heroes were happy to hear this. "Sounds nice. I think we all deserve to celebrate our victory," says Itsuki and him, Motoyasu, Ren, and their groups walked with the knights to the castle. Bakugou just looks away disgusted and walked off back toward the mines to help out the civilians with following him, but one of the knights stopped him first. Wait, shield hero, you were invited as well." Hearing that actually made Bakugou stop and turn towards the knight. "What the hell do you mean by that? I thought the consort hated me?" Bakugou asked him. Well, he was a bit reluctant. "But you are still a cardinal hero, so he still has an award to offer you, and this is practically your victory, so you should be invited to the victory party," the knight answers. Bakugou still wasn't completely on board with the idea, considering how much the king and his beach daughter had screwed him over, which only made him angrier just thinking about it. But Na, on the other hand, was full on the idea. "I see nothing wrong with at least having dinner, Bakugou. We might even meet some new friends while we are there, and you can't say no to an award by a king." Na encourages him. She's still hoping that being with the other heroes more would at least help out to end their hatred of each other. Bakugou still held a lot of anger inside of him. But the food did sound appetizing. After the Hydra battle, almost all he and Na ate was just Hydra meat, so it wouldn't go to waste, but he was about sick of it at this point. Even if the reward turns out to be garbage, having something else to eat would be worth it. Bakugou didn't like this, but he finally answers, "Fine, as long as the food is free we can go, but I better not be anywhere near that princess beach or those damn nerds." Bakugou shouts to the soldier, who nods his head and heads off with the rest of his unit. Na was happy that Bakugou was at least trying. They then went off to help the people back at the mines. Once at the mines, he and Na helped the villagers out of the cramped area. Most of them were uninjured. But the ones that were, Bakugou handed Na health potions to help them out, as well as both using their healing magic. The townsfolk all finally made it back to their town. There was a lot of damage to it with undead corpses all over, but they knew it can all be rebuilt again. All that mattered to them was that all of their friends and families were saved, all thanks to the loud obnoxious shield hero. They piled up the undead corpses, with Bakugou burning them up with his quirk. He also helped serve meals to some of the hungry as another excuse to get rid of some of the Hydra meat, as well as testing out his improved cooking ability from the chimera meat. After that, a few hours later, the two heroes finished helping the residents recover as the sun was setting. Bakugou knew it was time to leave. "I think we've done enough here, Blue. These people can take care of themselves now. I still need to see blacksmith Waldy again to have him fix my damp pants before he closes," he says, pointing to the ripped tears from the chimera attacks. "I understand, Sir Bakugou," Na responds. Bakugou turns on his map shield, ready to fast travel out, but several of the villagers came up to him, including the town's elder. "Hold on a second, shield hero. We all wanted to thank you for all that you have done for us. We don't know what would have happened had you and your partner had not come to save us." The elder then started to bow his head to respect Bakugou, and along with many of the other villagers, "We are eternally grateful for what you have done for us, and if you are in need of any aid, we will do our best to help you out in any way you want." The elder continued. It admittedly made Bakugou a bit prideful of himself as he smiles. "Sure, fine, whatever. Just get yourselves back together first before worrying about me. You can't expect me to solve every problem you have, so don't go complaining to me about everything." It may have not been the kindest response, but Bakugou had come a long way since the provisional license exam, where he would threaten to kill the people he was supposed to be saving in the first place. "Of course, hero, we will continue on with our reconstruction. May you and your partner travel well," the elder finally says, as he and the other villagers thanked him one last time as Na and Bakugou teleport back to the capital. Chapter 5. The Spear vs. the Shield. A few hours after the end of the wave at night, the cardinal heroes and all their teammates were all at the castle celebrating. They were all there enjoying themselves with many of the kingdom's nobles as they talk and enjoy the good food and the beautiful music that was playing in the background. As they were all enjoying themselves, King Altcray himself came up on top of a podium with a smile to announce, "I'm glad, for all of you for coming. Thanks to our heroes the battle went splendidly well, and tonight we celebrate." Enjoy yourselves to the fullest," he announced as he raises his glass of wine high with everyone else doing the same to cheer for victory. "Yeah, it went well because of me, jackass," a loud voice shouted out from the crowd, ruining the mood for most of the guests, with the king cringing knowing who said that. It was Shield hero Bakugou, sitting with his legs up on a table holding on to a jug of beer along with his sidekick. "You idiots would probably be zombie chow now if it wasn't for me with the nerds just jerking off. So I expect all of you to treat me well tonight. Oh yeah, and your beer tastes like piss." He then throws his beer glass into a wall as it smashes and made a mess of the beer and glass. Why is the shield devil even here? Is this how he treats his majesty for his generosity? Why are the guards not throwing him out again? The crowd continued to gossip quietly behind the shield hero's back. His partner Nut remained quiet, feeling embarrassed by the ugly looks everyone was giving over her master's behavior. The king sighs to himself in disgust. "Remind me again why I decided to invite him?" he asked his advisor. "It is the end of the month, sire, and you still promised to give the shield hero his monthly funding from the beginning and never ordered to rescind them after his crime." The advisor answers him. "I wished you told me about that before. I would have just had it hand-delivered by a carrier to him and avoided this nonsense from happening." King Altkray sighs again, now forced to tolerate the shield devil for another night. As the celebration was going on, Bakugou continued to act as loud and rude as possible, insulting the nobles, eating like a sloppy glutton, and throwing his trashy and bones around him. Everyone hated it, but Bakugou didn't care about what a bunch of suck-up nobles and wannabe heroes thought of him, so he's indulging himself as much as he could get away with. Everyone just ignored him and kept their distance as the shield hero pigs out on the free food. He even tried some of the wine. Even though he was a minor at home, drinking ages weren't a thing here, so he figures he tried some drinking without technically breaking any law. He already has shown off to the king he hated the taste of beer, but he actually enjoyed the wine, but he never gave any compliment to anyone, not that they would care back anyway. Na had also been indulging a bit in the free wine. She tried her best not to drink too much, but the buzz was nice to have after such a stressful day. Though she was still embarrassed by how Bakugou was acting at the party and finally spoke out about it. "Sir Bakugou, I know this is a party and all, but don't you think we should act a little more proper, just like everyone else? We might even gain some new friends if we act appropriately." But Bakugou was hardly empathic about it as he finishes a chicken leg and throws it behind him as it hits an unexpected noble on the back of the head, and says, "Do you really think I want to be friends with these inbred ass-kissing assholes? These people are only here to suck up to their dumbass consort. If anyone wants to be friends with me, they will have to be worth my time." "Well, Sir Bakugou, am I your friend?" Na asked, wondering what she was to her master. Bakugou was silent for a second until he quickly came up with an answer. Hardly. You're more of a student to me than anything else. But you're probably the only thing in this entire world I can tolerate having around. And trust me, that's a big compliment from me," Bakugou bluntly answered as he sips down some wine. While disappointed that he wouldn't call her a friend, Nan understood that Bakugou still secretly cared for her to some extent, knowing how prideful he was to admit anything. She eventually quietly dropped the subject, knowing Bakugou wasn't going to stop acting like this to everyone, so she continues to indulge on the wine. As the party went on, Bakugou and Na continued to remain where they were as they eat and drink by themselves. However, things changed when Malty looks toward them from a distance. She then evilly smiles as she begins her little act. She made herself look frightened and ran up to Motoyasu, who was flirting to some noble ladies. "Sir Motoyasu! Sir Motoyasu!" she yells to him. Motoyasu quickly looks toward her. "What's wrong, myne? I lost a ring, a very special ring I had. It's very personal to me. I didn't even put it down for no more than a second and it just disappeared, and I can't find it anywhere. Please help me, Motoyasu," she answers and begs to him. "Don't worry, myne, I'll find it. What does it look like?" Motoyasu answered and asked. "It's a gold ring with a bright red gem at its center. Please find it quickly, Sir Motoyasu. Myne answers back to him. Motoyasu nods in agreement and announces to everyone, "Hey everyone, Myne is missing her ring. If anyone has seen it, please say something. It's gold with a red gem." Then he and his party members went around the ballroom looking around for it. Bakugou and Na had heard what he said as well. But Bakugou could care less what the beach lost as he continues to eat, but Na on the other hand found that ring they were describing sound very familiar to her. She looks at the ring on her hand and it fitted that description well, gold with a red gem on it. But this was the ring Myne had given to her earlier, so it shouldn't be the same ring they were looking for. It was strange, but Na just figured it was another similar looking ring she had and continued on drinking her wine until she ran out of it. "Excuse me, Sir Bakugou, I'm just going to get some more drinks for us." She asks permission as she moves out of her seat. "Don't drink too much, Blue, it may be free, but the last thing I need from you is puking all day tomorrow from a hangover and then drag your ass around," Bakugou says, continuing to eat his roast as Na leaves to a large table to get some more food and wine. But as she was doing that, Myne finally made her move as she walks right next to Motoyasu, "So that's where my ring went." Motoyasu, "Stop her now," Malty orders as she points her finger toward Na. Motoyasu, not questioning Myne, quickly walks up toward Na and grabs her arm, startling and surprising her. What are you?" Na reacts, but then Motoyasu looks at her angrily serious, making Na quiet down. He then looks at her hand and sees the ring Myne gave her. "So this is your ring, Myne?" "Yes, Sir Motoyasu. I thought I lost it, but I see it was really stolen from me," Myne answers to Motoyasu. "Wait, so stolen?" Na stutters, not understanding what was going on. "Guards!" Malty shouted. Several guards had come down to the ballroom to quickly surround Na. "What are all of you doing?" Na asked, now scared. "Isn't it obvious to me? You're under arrest." One of the guards answered her. This completely shocked Na and caught Bakugou's attention, finally making him stop eating. He was only watching as of now, but was also trying to find out what was even happening, so he remained quiet, waiting the right time to make his move. Everyone at the party, including Ren and Atsuki, was now looking toward Na as the guards arrested her and quickly held onto the young elf's arms and forced her down on her knees. Na was so frightened by all of this she didn't know what to say at the moment until she finally dared to speak out. But what am I being arrested for? What did I do wrong?" she asked, hoping for someone to answer. Motoyasu just shakes his head. "Do you really think playing up the victim card will help you out from stealing Myne's special ring? Did you also learn that from Bakugou as well?" Motoyasu answers, continually looking down at her mad. Na was now even more confused. "Wait a minute? Stealing the ring?" Na quickly looks at her hand again, at the ring that was given to her. Now she was being accused of stealing it? No, Myne gave this to me as a gift back at the town of Lute after the wave ended, as a token of friendship. It was never stolen, she explains to Motoyasu, and the guards quickly looking back toward Malty for answers. "Ha, don't make me laugh. You think I would just give you something like that to some filthy dummy like you? Not only are you a terrible thief, but you're a terrible liar as well." Myne lies to everyone, knowing full well they will believe her over Na. Na was baffled by all of this. She knew directly that was exactly how things went at the town, and Myne was acting like that never happened. She may have had some drinks, but she knew what was reality. But that is the truth. You gave me this ring as a way to help patch up things between my master Bakugou and Mr. Motoyasu. Na tries to explain more, but almost no one was buying it, with Myne just enjoying the show. Motoyasu looked the most disgusted by it. "Of course this goes back to Bakugou. He probably told you to do these awful things and corrupted your mind, making you into his personal thief. That greedy bastard." Na couldn't comprehend what was happening. It seemed like the world was turning upside down for her for no reason, almost exactly like what happened back at home right before her exile. "But I didn't steal anything, I absolutely mean it," she begs again, but no one believed in her as the other nobles continue to look on in disgust. Before she could say any more though, the king finally stepped in after he walked down away from his meal. Is this all true, Malty? This demi-human that works for the shield devil had tried to steal from you? The king asked, giving an ugly look at Na. Yes, father, she stole a special ring I had and attempted to pass it off as her own. Myne answered and lies. The king shakes his head in disgust. I'm not surprised. Low-life demis like her are always trying to take advantage of our people's hospitality by stealing from us. She will be punished for her crimes right away, the king says as he looks angrily at the young adult elf. Na attempts to defend herself again. Please, your majesty, I mean it, I didn't steal it. I can give it back right now if you let me. But the king quickly interrupts her. Silence, demi. You think just giving back what you stole in the first place will just magically absolve you of your crime? You really are the shield devil's right hand. Back with the crowd, Ren and Itsuki were continually watching the whole thing. Itsuki wasn't that surprised by it. I should have expected a team member of Bakugou to have something wrong with them. And to think I was worried about Bakugou abusing her. He says out loud, expressing his opinion on this. Ren remained silent. This was all starting to look familiar with him. The angry faces, the accusations, and a supposed criminal being convicted of their crime with little evidence. It's just like Bakugou's trial, a trial that he knew was unfair, but he stood around and allowed it all to happen. Was he going to do it again? Back with Na, things continued to look ugly as the king gives out his punishment to her. For your crimes against the crown, you shall be given the punishment all free criminal demi-humans must be convicted for. Enslavement. Na was completely horrified by that. No, please listen to me, I didn't steal it and I'm not even a demi-human. Please, your majesty, let me explain things better first. She begs to the king. But the king didn't care. Your punishment will be enacted immediately. Once the slave crest is on your chest, you shall be the slave of Princess Malty and the spear hero Motoyasu for as long as the two desire it. Na begins to cry in desperation. No. Please don't. Myne, please help me. She begs to her. But Myne's only reaction was to give her a very evil smug smile, showing her true colors to her. Na couldn't believe what was happening as the guards forcibly lower her armor down on her chest to properly put on the slave crest. As they wait for the mage with the magic ink, Ren finally made it up to Motoyasu to talk some sense into him. Motoyasu, don't you think this is going too far? Enslavement just for thievery? Don't worry, it won't be real enslavement. I won't whip her or anything. Me and Myne will help re-educate her to be a better person, and once she's a model citizen we will remove her crest and she will be a free person again. Motoyasu justifies, but Ren still didn't like any of this. But we don't even know the whole story. Don't you think you and the king are jumping into conclusions too quickly? And how do you know Myne will even be willing to let her go when you feel like it? Ren asked him, getting frustrated by this joke of a trial. But Motoyasu just shakes his head. You're just overthinking this, Ren. Trust me, after a month or so you'll see the difference after I help shape her up. He answers, with Ren getting pissed off by how no one was even listening to him anymore. The mage assigned to the enslavement finally makes it up to her and was ready to apply the crest with his brush laced with the black magic ink. Na struggles, trying her best to get away, but it was no use as the guards held her down. The mage then takes his paint-covered brush close to Na's chest, ready to apply the cursed seal. But suddenly a hand grabbed onto the mage's arm as the strong hand squeezes the arm to make the mage drop the brush. It was Bakugou finally making his move to stop this from happening. Don't try it, or I'm ripping it off. He threatened the mage as he pushes him to the ground, surprising the whole court. Motoyasu quickly spoke out. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm stopping this mad witch trial that you idiots are trying to do, Bakugou says back to Motoyasu, with Na looking at him worried. Please sir Bakugou, don't involve yourself in this. It's all my fault, don't get yourself in trouble because of me. Na begs her master, knowing what might happen to him if he tries to defend her. I don't know what idiocy you did that got yourself into this, but I'm cleaning it up, so quiet. Bakugou yells at Na, who was uncertain of so many things right now, as well as looking disappointed in front of her mad master. Bakugou looks back at Motoyasu.
I didn't take you for a slave or ponytail. I knew you had a bunch of war following you around, but it's a new low to force someone as your sex slave. Motoyasu got quickly offended by that. I'm not enslaving her, Bakugou. She will just be my indentured servant for now on to serve out her sentence. I'm going to help her to reform and get rid of any bad influence you had put on her. You're so full of bullshit, you can call it whatever you want, it's still goddamn slavery. And your only evidence of this crime is the word from that line slot. Even if this idiot did somehow steal it, how the hell does stealing cheap jewelry equal a slavery punishment? Do you also just castrate people who litter on the sidewalk in your world if that's your sense of justice? Bakugou angrily shouts back at Motoyasu. Like you're one to talk. Someone who got off soft for nearly raping a woman. I don't care what you think of this, she will serve out her punishment under me and mine's control. And there's nothing you can do about it. Is that so? How about you try to stop me? Is that a threat? Motoyasu was silent for a second until he finally came up with something. Motoyasu then quickly smugly smiles back at Bakugou, or are you up to challenge me against it? An official duel to be exact? You and me one-on-one to officially end this once and for all. Who is the true loser here? Motoyasu says, giving an arrogant smile toward Bakugou. Bakugou also smiles at the idea. That sounds good. Now I'll be legally allowed to kick your slut ass. All the nobles were whispering about all of this, and Ren and Atsuki were just silent, trying to wrap their heads around the whole event. Bakugou continues, what exactly are your stakes? Very simple, if I win, I'll continue with your partner's punishment. She will be me and mine's indentured servant for now on, and you won't be allowed anywhere near her again. If you win, then she can go free from her crime, but that isn't going to happen anyway. But does that sound good to you? Fine by me. It's about time I finally kick your idiot ass. Bakugou insulted, with the two locking into each other angrily in the eyes. Both Malty and King Alt-Kare were happy to hear this. They both remained quiet during the shield and spear heroes' argument, liking how it was all going. Now they can both humiliate the shield devil in front of not just the court but to the whole kingdom, as well as taking away his supposed means of attack from him. The king finally spoke out, so the both of you are committed to this duel? Very well then, we shall have an official public duel at the courtyard to decide the fate of this criminal. It shall begin in the next tower, the duel of the spear hero and the shield devil for the fate of the demi-human criminal. About an hour later the duel was almost ready to begin. Bakugou was put in place of a room full of weapons he was unable to use. Bakugou wasn't surprised if this was a way to insult him for his shield class. Despite enjoying the fact he can finally legally kick Motoyasu's ass, he was still pissed off by the circumstance that has led to it. I should have expected something like this would have happened when I came back here. And they all still mock me behind my back because of my stupid shield weapon. I imagine that tiara-wearing bastard encouraged this duel in the first place just to make me look like a fool publicly, to rub it in. With that rotten bitch also trying to screw with me again by taking advantage of Blue's naiveness. Bakugou then looks at his hand palm. I should be able to toast that ponytail slot easily. But it really wouldn't be much of a challenge if I just use my quirk. Those idiots would probably still mock me over my dumb shield. After some thinking, Bakugou finally decided to make up his own self-insert challenge to prove his power by just his shield. That slot isn't even worthy to fight me one-on-one at my full strength. I don't even need to use my quirk to beat his ass. I can stick it to him to just using only my shield, showing that I and my shield are better than his idiot ass and his damn spear. It will make him look like an even bigger loser after this. Just like what Icy Hot did to me at the end of the sports festival when he refused to use his flames on me, but unlike him, I will be able to beat my opponent. Bakugou continues to wait a few more minutes until finally the doors open to the courtyard. He walks out to the noises of the crowd of nobles and other important people watching from the stands. This includes the king and the two other cardinal heroes, Ren and Atsuki. There were also numerous mages with crystal balls around the courtyard, and the audience stands to record and projected the fight for the whole kingdom to watch. Bakugou wouldn't be surprised if it was all the king's idea. He also saw another important person on another podium on the opposite side of the arena from the king. He was an older man with small glasses wearing religious robes with a large white hat and a staff. Bakugou figured it was the Pope of this nation's church. He heard about him when he learned a bit about the Three Heroes Church, but he didn't care too much about it. Bakugou knew he was just there to also observe the duel to supposedly see how badly the Shield Devil loses. But Bakugou knew he would prove him and the others wrong. No was also down there outside the arena but was gagged and tied up with 2 guards beside her to keep her from helping Bakugou. Bakugou only gave her a quick glance before looking away in disgust for her stupidity. Na couldn't say anything, but she wished she could as she releases one tear from her eye for all the trouble she has placed on Bakugou. An announcer finally spoke out as the 2 opposing heroes walked toward the center of the arena. This duel will take place at the presence of the King of Melromarc and the Pope, thus legitimate and official. Both Motoyasu and Bakugou walk as he hears cheering from above, including from myne at the sidelines not too far away from Na. Bakugou on the other hand could only hear boos from the same people as he walks toward his opponent, not that he cared anyway. Once the 2 were at their positions, the 2 cardinal heroes look at each other eye to eye with Motoyasu giving a confident smile. Say, Bakugou, have you ever heard of the folk tale of the irresistible spear versus the unbreakable shield? You mean the one where the spear breaks and lost to the shield? Bakugou snarks back with Motoyasu's allegory backfiring on him. No, I mean that. Oh, forget it. I am still going to make you admit defeat after this. Motoyasu shouts back to Bakugou. Ha! I'm not even going to use my full strength on you. You don't even deserve to experience my true power. I'm still going to kick your ass like nothing. By the end of this, I am going to make you cry for your mommy. So bring it on, Slot. Bakugou finally taunts to Motoyasu, as they both look at each other angry and pumped up. They then set themselves up with Motoyasu activating his best spear with Bakugou doing the same with his shield. The announcer then sets the duel. Ready. Begin. Motoyasu yells and immediately charges at Bakugou as he holds his position with his shield ready at his chest. But when Motoyasu finally got close and attacked, Bakugou simply dodged the strike by moving his body without even using the shield. Motoyasu continues to attack on the offense, but thanks to Bakugou's quick reflexes combined with the many shield statuses, it had allowed him to effortlessly dodge every attack. It even shocked the audience. How is the Shield Devil even able to do this? He is not even using the shield? Could the spear hero be a little drunk from the party? They all gossiped to themselves. Motoyasu was attacking as fast as he could, but Bakugou continues to dodge all his regular attacks. Bakugou finally took advantage of one attack as he dodges it and gives Motoyasu a good punch in the face. It was only 1 point in damage to Motoyasu, but it still hurts his unarmored face as the spear hero jumped away from his opponent, getting angrier at Bakugou. Motoyasu decided to turn on his status screen to see what information it had on Bakugou. According to his screen, Bakugou was at level 41 while he was only at level 43. He couldn't understand how this could be possible with just a shield, but it only motivated him to take Bakugou a little more seriously. Chaos Spear? Motoyasu shouted as he charges at Bakugou again with his spear, but this attack was an extremely fast multi-striking move. Bakugou knew it would be impossible to dodge all of it and had to resort to using his shield to block off the multiple attacks. The attack eventually wore off, and when Motoyasu attempted to jump away again, Bakugou shouted, "Airstrike Shield." An energy shield appeared flat in the air and quickly launches into Motoyasu's stomach, hurting and stunning the spear hero. While he was stunned, Bakugou ran up to him, and as the energy shield disappeared, he jumped and kicked Motoyasu in the stomach himself with the painful force, making him puke out what he ate that night, as well as headbutting him in the exposed face. Motoyasu, getting more enraged, yells, "Lightning Spear!" as he attempts to strike at Bakugou, only for him to hold back the massive attack with his shield as the force pushes him back across the arena. When the attack stopped, Bakugou shouted, "Queen Balloon Shield!" His shield transformed again and he quickly starts using it by launching multiple living balloons at the spear hero as he runs toward him. Motoyasu very easily kills the incoming targets as he waits for Bakugou to come to him. But when Bakugou was finally in range, the shield hero grabs onto one of the balloons, and as Motoyasu attempts to strike Bakugou, he dodges the spear and slides right next to Motoyasu and quickly placed a balloon monster on his crotch as it bites in. Get it off. Get it off. Motoyasu yells as he panics, punching at the balloon, forgetting his spear, making a fool out of himself. He eventually does use his spear to kill the balloon, but not before Bakugou kicks him from behind and slammed his head on the ground and moves away. After he quickly got himself up again, Motoyasu attempts to go on the offensive as Bakugou continues to block and dodge each attack. Eventually Bakugou shouts, "Hydra shield!" His shield transforms into a small hydra head. The head then attacks at the hero as it bites in the middle of the spear, with Motoyasu struggling to fight it. Motoyasu continues to struggle with the small head as it attempts to rip away the spear out of the hero's hands. But Motoyasu eventually overpowered it, getting it off, and quickly chopped the head off. He then lunges at Bakugou, finally getting a hit on him, but due to his high defense, it hardly did much damage as a regular attack. Bakugou gives another smug smile and activates his Hydra shield again with the head growing back. Motoyasu was ready to chop this one as well, but instead of attacking again, the head dodges Motoyasu's spear swing attack, then sprays a weak acid at his face. My eyes. Motoyasu retreats as he rubs at his eye. The Hydra shield was only at level 1, so the acid was no stronger than lemon juice, but it still irritated him enough to stop. While distracted, Bakugou runs up at him again and this time pushes Motoyasu forward onto the ground, where he proceeds to punch him in the face over and over again, with Motoyasu too stunned by the first punch to react to the next one. I may only do 1 damage, but if I have to punch your beach face 1,000 times to finally win, then I'll do it. Bakugou mocks Motoyasu. Bakugou brutally punches at Motoyasu over and over repeatedly and quickly, with the crowd thinking that the shield hero might win. But before he could throw another punch, Bakugou heard some strange sound like some muffled screaming. He turned and quickly noticed an air attack, forcing him to roll away from Motoyasu and barely dodged the attack. But it didn't come from the spear hero himself. Bakugou looks over to where that attack came from, and it was none other than Malty, who decided to cheat when Motoyasu was starting to lose. It turns out that muffled screaming was coming from the trying to warn Bakugou. Bakugou looks toward Malty. "You goddamn cheating beach!" He yells at her, with Malty only giving him an evil smug smile, but as he was focusing his anger on her, Motoyasu, no longer stunned, took advantage of it, as he jumps back up and uses his powerful attack again, Chaos Spear. Bakugou turns and quickly attempts to block the attack, but Malty blasts another air attack him, forcing him to dodge both attacks simultaneously. But without his quirk it was hard for him to dodge both attacks, with Motoyasu even getting a few hits on him. Despite her blatant cheating, the king and the pope were doing nothing about it. They both want to see the shield hero finally suffer, and they weren't going to stop it. Bakugou continues to struggle to hold Motoyasu back, as well as blocking and dodging myne's attacks. Despite Bakugou's defense and dodging, Motoyasu was getting more and more hits on Bakugou, taking on large portions of his health without effort. Bakugou continues to hold out, but there's only so much he could do by himself while holding back, and he had already used a good amount of his mana to be able to do any more creative shield attacks. Eventually, while Motoyasu used a Chaos Spear attack to keep Bakugou on hold with his shield, myne finally decided to use her fire magic and launch a large fireball right on his back, forcing Bakugou to lose his balance. Motoyasu quickly took full advantage of it and shouts, "Lightning Spear!" and fires the powerful attack at Bakugou. The shield hero attempted to block it, but he was too late and had to take the full force of the lightning attack. Bakugou yells in agony as the attack goes through his body. The attack finally dissipates and Bakugou drops to one knee as he starts to cough some blood from that massive attack. He wasn't out yet, as he moves up from the one knee,
But it was quite a devastating and almost crippling attack, nearly taking out all of his health. The audience above, especially the supporters of the church, cheers on to Motoyasu as he waves back to them, thinking he basically won at this point. Bakugou was hurt badly, but his anger was greater than his pain as he struggles to get himself up after that attack. "You bastard!" Bakugou yells at Motoyasu as he looks back at Bakugou with a confident face. "You think you are better than me? Ha, you're nothing compared to me. The fact you needed your beach to help you shows how pathetic you really are. I don't even need this stupid shield to kill you. I can beat you with just my bare hands if I have to, even with your beach helping you out." Bakugou taunts at him again, but Motoyasu was no longer taking him seriously anymore, seeing that he was at less than quarter health now. He continues to excite the church crowd and to show off to Malty, thinking that this fight was about over as he waits to give them a grand finale. Ren and Itsuki above, however, thought this whole thing was wrong. Ren especially had about enough of this. Itsuki finally spoke out about it. "This is insane. Mine was blatantly cheating and they didn't call any of it. I'm not really cheering for Bakugou to win, but you saw it yourself as well, right, Ren?" he asked, but when he turned he saw Ren was walking away, confusing a bow hero. "Hey Ren, where are you going?" he shouts to the sword hero. "I'm done standing around and doing nothing. Unlike anyone else here, I'm going to actually investigate and finally understand the whole story this time," he shouts back as he continues to walk away. Itsuki still wasn't sure what he was doing, but he could worry about that later. He decided that enough was enough and went off to see the king and talk to him about Myne's interference himself. Back with Bakugou, he continues to breathe heavily, getting pissed off that Motoyasu was ignoring him. "Look at me, you idiot. Do you understand that you're not even worthy of me fighting at my full power? You're nothing but an ant above my boot, and once I'm done with you, your beach war will be." But Bakugou stopped as he looks toward Malty and saw Nana not too far from her, still tied up, looking scared and frightened as she stares back at Bakugou. Without needing to hear a word, he knew she was more concerned about him than for herself. This made Bakugou stop yelling and made him pause as he thinks to himself, "Blue. I can't believe I forgot about her. This whole fight, it was to keep her from becoming a slave to those two monsters. Her life was dependent on me and I wasn't even giving the best I could do. I intentionally held myself back just to arbitrarily prove myself I can beat this bastard with just my shield. Had his attack been more powerful or I slipped up on my defense, he really would have won and Blue would be his slave, all because I thought about myself and didn't think about her. Even if it was her fault, I'm supposed to be her hero. And what kind of #1 hero would I be if I failed to protect those that depend on me? Like if All Might had held back when he saved me and Deku from the sludge villain instead of going all out." Bakugou then looks at his hand palms, now realizing what he has to do now. That's it. No more games, no more holding back. Not just for me, but for Blue. I'll do this for Blue. He continues to think to himself as he finally looks back at Motoyasu. "Hey Slot. I'm not done yet. If you're truly the best, then try to take me down, now." Motoyasu noticed and finally finishes showboating to the audience as he readies himself to finish off Bakugou. "Ha, this should finally shut you up," he taunts to Bakugou as he quickly charges at him. Malty and the king were both smugly smiling, knowing well defeat was inevitable for the shield hero as he was not even putting up his shield to defend, thinking he truly gave up. But Bakugou knew what he was doing. He was done playing around and was ready to reveal the true power of the shield hero to this world. Motoyasu yells as he jumps in the air with his charged up spear, aiming directly at Bakugou to finish him off. Motoyasu aims his spear at Bakugou's chest. The shield hero then raises his right hand at his attacker. Motoyasu figured he had victory in the bag until sparks started to appear on Bakugou's palm, and before he could react to it, boom! A large explosion came right out of Bakugou's hand and sent Motoyasu flying until he falls flat on the ground. Everyone was in complete shock after that. The king, Malty, the nobles, the pope, and the two other heroes all wondered what just happened.
Motoyasu quickly got himself up, but he had a stinging feeling on his face from the attack and wondered what happened. He then looks at Bakugou with his arms out. "I've been going easy on you, nerd. I figured you weren't even worthy to witness my true power. But if you're willing to threaten the life of an innocent hero, then I'm done playing around. It's time for me to go beyond, plus ultra." And a bunch of explosions begin to emit from his hands, showing the whole court his real power. This shocked everyone, wondering how he could do that, especially the king. How the hell is he able to do that? A shielder shouldn't have any means of attack? What kind of fire magic is that? He asked his advisors, but they were just as flummoxed as he was. Motoyasu went back into his fighting position, holding to his spear tight, ready to fight again regardless of what flashy trick Bakugou was showing off. He then yells and charges at Bakugou. Bakugou does the same, but this time he uses his quirk to speed himself quickly toward Motoyasu, surprising him how fast he was now. Motoyasu attempts to lunge at Bakugou again, only for Bakugou to blast over him with an explosion and blasted Motoyasu in the back. Despite the painful sting, Motoyasu goes on the offense again as he attempts to stab at Bakugou, only for him to not only block the attacks again with the shield but also blasting him with his quirk with his other hand. And with his quirk, Bakugou was now extremely fast and agile, allowing him to quickly blast at Motoyasu all around his body, with the spear hero now barely able to keep up with the shield hero. This went on and on as Motoyasu continues to get blasted across his torso and the face, with each explosion feeling more painful than the last one, with even parts of his expensive armor getting blasted off. Malty saw it to herself to cheat again and shot more attacks at Bakugou, both fire and wind, but unlike before he was prepared for this and dodged with his quirk and blocked off the attack while still fighting Motoyasu as he blasts at him, almost making it impossible for Motoyasu and Malty to keep up with him even when attacking at the same time. This was pissing off the princess to no end. The first attacks were pretty visible before, but now Malty was not even trying to hide anymore, with her cheating with Itsuki making good time when he finally made it to the king. "Sir King, are you not doing anything about this?" Itsuki asked, pointing out toward Malty as the battle was going on. I have no idea what you're even talking about, bow hero?" The king lies, trying to pretend he doesn't see what Malty is doing and still wondering how the shield hero was doing all of these fire attacks. "Don't you see myne just attacking in the middle of the fight?" Itsuki asked, getting more abrasive with the king, who continues to ignore the hero in the hopes the fight will just finally end quickly. But back with Bakugou, he endures despite the double teaming as he continues his brutal fighting with Motoyasu. With his quirk, he could now keep up with the both of them. But he knew the beach had to eventually go and quickly came up with a clever idea to do so. Bakugou then uses his quirk to jump over Motoyasu after another failed lunge attack, and Bakugou blasts him in the back as he trips to the ground like a fool. Bakugou then uses his quirk to remain in the air and lands right near the edge of the area right by Malty, with No looking happily at him. "So beach, you want to fork with me, huh? Well, sorry, I don't do disease-filled war." He intentionally insults Malty, enraging the evil princess. Malty then removes any pretense of subtlety as she grits her teeth and quickly activates a flame-throwing spell on him that continually launches out fire. But Bakugou saw it coming as he holds out his shield to block it. Despite its small size, it protected him from Malty's giant flames, combined with his armor's elemental resistance and other statuses he had. Malty's flame was giant and was there for the entire audience to see. Itsuki knew he had to say something. "Okay, this is getting ridiculous, don't tell me you're not seeing that?" Itsuki demands from the king, getting frustrated by his blatant favoritism. King Altcray tries to say something, but couldn't find any convenient excuse for this obvious rule breaking. He quickly went for his wine and decided to just slowly drink away at it, hoping the fight will finally end without having to say anything to the hero. "Sir King." Itsuki yells at him, but he continues to just ignore him. Back with the duel, Malty is continuing her never-ending flame attack as Bakugou continues to hold his ground. Motoyasu finally got himself back up as he looks toward Bakugou with a flaming background, not knowing Malty was doing that.
A smiling Bakugou finally spoke to him. "So what are you waiting for, Ponytail? I'm here in the open for you to strike me. So give me your best shot. Unless you really are a cowardly baby." He taunts him. Motoyasu grits his teeth as he grips his spear harder as he growls in anger. "I'll show you who's really afraid." He yells back at Bakugou as he uses nearly all that was left of his mana to charge his last big offense attack, Lightning Spear. He shouts as his spear charges up. Not wanting to take any chances, he ran up as close as he can with Bakugou, ready to hit him full force at point-blank range, which Bakugou expected him to do. He readies himself as Motoyasu charges with his spear, ready to end the duel as he goes for the attack. But Bakugou just in time quickly lowers his shield and bends backward from Motoyasu's strike as he lunges and misses Bakugou. Malty was still behind Bakugou giving her attack, and quickly her evil smug smile turned into a frightened face, realizing what was about to happen. Too late to stop it, Motoyasu's lightning attack blasts right at Malty's chest with the force of the attack, launching her out of the courtyard into the audience stands as she flies over them until she went right through a wall, severely injuring and humiliating herself as well as ruining her armor. King Altcray spits out his drink in complete shock. "Malty!" he shouts, completely horrified to what happened. "Get her medical attention now." He yells to his guards, now worried about his daughter's health, as the guards went off to help her out as she was nearly out cold from Motoyasu's attack. Motoyasu looked horrified, realizing that he just blasted away his own supposed girlfriend partner, but even more apparent, he looks down at a smugly smiling Bakugou still bent back. "Now it's my turn." Bakugou quickly puts up both his hands out and double blasts Motoyasu away. Motoyasu tries to get himself back up, but Bakugou wasn't holding back now. With no more interference, he went all out on the spear hero. Motoyasu tries to attack Bakugou, but the shield hero continues to dodge away from the attacks and started to blast at Motoyasu over and over again, becoming more brutal than before. Bakugou blasted Moto in the face, the chest, the legs, and most definitely at the crotch. Bakugou was beating Motoyasu to a pulp with the spear hero having no time to react as Bakugou brutally beats him up. Bakugou goes all out, giving out many rapid-fire shots of small explosions with Motoyasu unable to react as they went on and on. Bakugou fire one more big blast punch at Motoyasu's face, knocking out a tooth as it sends him away a few feet as Bakugou moves away himself for his own grand finale. Motoyasu struggles to get himself back up as he feels pain all over himself and was out of mana from his last attack, but he wasn't giving up yet and lose to the shield devil as he could barely grip on his spear and coughing blood. "Cough cough, I won't. Cough, I won't lose to you." Motoyasu yells at Bakugou. But Bakugou was about ready to end this as he builds up his sweat until he was ready. "That is where you are wrong." He responds and Bakugou launches himself into the air. Bakugou starts to spin around to gain as much air as he could for his ultimate attack, as he launches himself toward Motoyasu as a ball of fire. Nobody knew what Bakugou was doing, but Motoyasu was ready to fight it off in however way he could as he charges at Bakugou. Bakugou was finally near Motoyasu, ready to engage, but Bakugou finally moves out his hand and shouts out, "Howitzer impact!" Boom. A giant explosion appeared, consuming most of the arena with a giant cloud of fire and smoke, with the intensity forcing everyone to look away. Once the smoke died down, everyone looks back at the arena to see what happened. At the center of it all was the shield hero Katsuki Bakugou, still standing tall, breathing heavily near a giant crater his explosion helped create. But everyone was wondering what happened to Motoyasu. Some wondered if the shield devil killed him, since what was left of him were just broken pieces of his armor and his divine spear now far at a corner of the arena. But their worries died down once they found him. Motoyasu was up, stuck 10 feet up on a wall across the court from Bakugou, groaning in pain with all his armor completely destroyed, with him only in his scorched underwear. He finally falls back to the ground in complete pain. What the hell just happened? It feels like I was hit by a truck. He groans as he struggles to try to get himself back up, making Bakugou smile smugly.
as Motoyasu continues to try to get up as he lies on the ground until he finally noticed how screwed he was when he looks back at Bakugou with his evil grin and was now terrified. "Oh no. My armor. Ah. My spear? Where's my spear?" He panics as he looks around for his weapon still laying in the ground until he saw it about 20 feet away from him. Despite the great pain, he was in deep fear as he quickly crawls his way to his spear, panicking especially after he looks back at Bakugou, but the shield hero was on him as he blasts himself toward Motoyasu using his quirk. Motoyasu crawls as fast as he could, desperate to try to get his weapon. But when it seemed he finally got to his weapon as he reaches for it, Bakugou stomps on his hand. Despite the pain, Motoyasu looks up in complete fear as Bakugou kicks away his weapon. "Not so tough now without your magic weapon slot. You're nothing more than a weak pathetic nerd without it." Bakugou moves around behind the terrified Motoyasu as he grabs on his ponytail, pulling his head up to make the spear hero look up at him. Motoyasu was completely helpless now as Bakugou remains on top of him with the shield hero using his other hand out to make small sparks. "I think it's time for me to fix up your pretty boy face. Let's see if I can make it better," he threatened Motoyasu. He moves his other hand toward the helpless spear hero's face that was consumed by fear. Motoyasu couldn't take it anymore and finally broke. Wait. Stop. I give up. You win. He cries out. Everyone couldn't believe what they just heard, including the king, Malty, who the doctors had been taking care of, and the two other heroes. Motoyasu had really given up. Bakugou had won the duel. He's the winner. But Bakugou wasn't done with him yet. He wanted more out of his victory. "Really, you mean it?" he demands from Motoyasu as he still held onto his ponytail. Yes. I give up. I surrender. I call uncle. Whatever the hell you say in your world, you won. Please don't kill me, Motoyasu cries, begging to Bakugou. Bakugou continues to smugly smile, wanting more. "That's what I like to hear. So do you also admit that I'm the best hero there is, right? The number one hero in this world?" Yes, you're the best hero around. You're the number one hero," Motoyasu cries. "And you also admit that you're a giant slut?" That statement made Motoyasu pause, but Bakugou started to intimidate him with more small explosions near his face. "I'm a giant slut. I admit it," he cries more quietly, but was still loud enough for some of the crowd to hear. "Good, now finally call yourself a whiny beach baby," Bakugou demanded. Motoyasu didn't want to say more, but he was not in the position to bargain. I'm a whiny beach baby," he quietly says, not wanting anyone to hear. "Louder," Bakugou demanded. "I'm a whiny beach baby," he says louder. "Oh come on, Bakugou," Motoyasu begged. "Louder or I'm blasting your face off." Bakugou explodes with his palm exploding right before Motoyasu's face. "I'm a whiny beach baby. I'm a whiny beach baby. I'm a whiny beach baby," Motoyasu cries as he hits his hands on the ground in humiliation. Not just for Bakugou but for the whole kingdom to hear him. The king panicked and ran toward the closest crystal ball holding mage. "Turn that thing off now," he demanded. "But sire, what do you?" the mage asked, but the king didn't let him finish as he grabs the ball himself and smashes it into a wall. But then his advisor informs him, "Sire, there are dozens of these mages surrounding the arena. Then confiscate all of them now," he demands. But it was too late for the king. The entire kingdom had already seen the fight that the shield hero won and the spear hero's humiliating defeat. The nobles in the stands could only gossip about what had transpired from this fight. The Pope himself looked the most disappointed as he shakes his head in disgust and walks away from his podium, not saying a word. Bakugou had enough of humiliating Motoyasu. He lets go of his ponytail and pushed his head on the ground as he continues to lay there in utter pain and embarrassment. Bakugou walks toward his partner Na, who is still tied up, but the guards holding her were terrified as hell as the shield hero walked up toward them. "I don't know what you idiots are looking at, but I recall that I won," So you better let her out or you're going to be sharing the same fate as Beach Baby. Bakugou threatens at them while emitting his quirk. The guards panicked and they were quick to comply and untied Sir Bakugou. She shouts once she gets out and runs toward her master and hugs him. But Bakugou was embarrassed by it. Please Blue, you're making me look like a fool. Stop it. Stop it right now. He yells at his sidekick who respected his wishes and immediately backed down. Despite the yell, Bakugou quickly went back to smiling at her with smiling again as, well. Who in the hell ordered you to let her go? Yelled a voice which turned out to be the king, who finally came down from his podium to have a serious talk with the shield hero. One of the guards attempted to defend themselves, but Sire, the shield hero won, so nobody won until I say so. The shield devil has no authority to anything. The king scolds them with Bakugou smiling. So the consort is upset that I kicked the ass of his prized spear hero. Disappointed that you supported trash? Bakugou mocks him. It's king, you devil. And your duel is under investigation for cheating and nearly killing my daughter. What bullcrap are you on now? By what? Bakugou demanded. By that magic you did, said another voice, which turns out to be Princess Malty, holding on her stomach from the pain from Motoyasu's attack with her expensive armor ruined because of the attack. You're nothing more than a useless shielder. There's no way you could have done that weird fire magic. You had to cheat in some way? Malty continues to argue him. Me cheating? What about all of that magic sheet you have been blasting me with while I was fighting Beach Baby, including blasting me with fire? Bakugou yells and argues back. I have no idea what you're talking about, shield devil. You were either lying, just delusional, or both. Malty says, continuing to lie, with Bakugou growling in anger. It was not a delusion. The bow hero says as he comes out in Bakugou's defense, but only him. Me and Rensoyu making those attacks at Bakugou in the middle of the fight, including the giant fire attack. Even the nobles saw it, but they were being forced to keep quiet about it. So if there was any cheating, it was all from you. He scolds her. Malty attempts to lie more. He clearly did it. Look what he did to me. Malty then shows off her damage armor as well as some nasty burned marks from Motoyasu's lightning attack. But Itsuki wasn't impressed. That was all from Motoyasu while you were standing there blasting fire at Bakugou. Malty was getting really angry by this as Bakugou continues to smugly smile at her. Well, I don't care if the devil did win fair or not. That filthy dummy is still a criminal and I want her to be beheaded for this. She raises her voice toward Bakugou and his sidekick with especially looking back at Malty, but this time not scared, but very furious and angry at her. She's not a criminal, another voice yelled out, and this time it was Ren, but he also had beside him a young knight and a young mage girl with reddish-brown hair. These two were at the town of Loot after the wave. He was with the knight unit that came to defend the town, and she is another one of Motoyasu's partners, Rhino. They both told the same story. They both witnessed Na talking to Myne, and they also both saw her willingly give Na that ring she claimed was stolen. Myne lied the whole time. Those two are idiots. I know what I'm talking about. She's a thief and a criminal. Malty attempts to lie again, but this time no one was buying it as they all give her ugly looks, with even the king unable to say anything to defend his daughter. Malty was furious to no end, knowing her plan had backfired with her, unable to say anything else knowing she was truly caught red-handed. The group didn't need to say anything else to her. But Na had something to say to her and wasn't holding back. I can't believe I actually trusted you. I thought we could have been friends and helped make amends with our heroes. But you never cared. You were nothing but a liar and an evil beach. You do nothing but manipulate people, to get everything to go your way and act like a spoiled brat when you don't get what you want. Na scolds her, surprising everyone including Bakugou, giving out a small smile. Na then quickly takes off the ring that caused so much trouble, and if you want this damn ring so badly, then you can choke on it. She then throws the ring at Malty as it hits her wounded chest and drops onto the ground. So, an enraged Malty stomps on the ring multiple times, crushing it into pieces, showing to everyone that she never really cared about it to begin with. Na then turns toward Motoyasu, who was being held up by 2 guards and his spear acting as a crutch. She stomps her way up to him. And you call yourself a hero, but then you do all this, blindly following that beach's word, nearly enslaving an innocent victim and justifying it, going along with the will of an old tyrant who will blindly look the other way from his daughter cheating. You're nothing more than an arrogant, self-centered, lustful, spineless idiot. She scolds him and was about to leave, until she turned around to say, "And you know what? Ponytail slot is a perfect name for you." And immediately she kicks Motoyasu right at the crotch. Everyone cringes from that, especially the guys, all but Bakugou, who could only smile at the whole thing. As Motoyasu falls in pathetic agony in his underwear holding on to his private parts, Malty orders the guards to take him to the court doctors immediately as he continues to cry in pain. Before she follows him, Malty turns toward Bakugou and Na, "This isn't over though, me and Shield Devil, I'll have both of your heads decorating my future throne room one day, you'll see," she finally says as she turns away, as still holding on to her injured stomach as she helps take Motoyasu to be healed. But Na wasn't finished yet. She had one more thing to say to King Alt-Cray. "And you, if that's really your daughter, not only are you a bigoted, lying, nepotist, an awful king, but you're also an awful father too." The king could only look confused and enraged from everything that had happened. You, damn you to Mies and damn you to Shield Devil," the king yells, but that was all he could say as he turns away and leaves the arena with several guards furious to no end. Bakugou continued to have a huge smile on his face, feeling proud of Na. Itsuki seemed to have had enough himself. "Well, this has definitely been quite the day. I think I deserve some rest after it, so I'll see you all tomorrow." He finishes as he leaves as well. The only one that was left was Ren. After the 2 witnesses left right after Itsuki, he and Bakugou could only stare at each other, with Bakugou still looking mad at Ren. After some silence, Bakugou finally spoke. "Don't expect that this makes us even. To me you're still just a coward. I never asked for your help, I owe you nothing for this." Ren finally spoke himself. "I understand, I'll probably never have your forgiveness, but at least you know that not all of us are blind to follow authority, Bakugou. Just remember that." Ren then turns and leaves himself. It was now just him and Na. Bakugou was looking toward his arm. Unknown to the others, he had his crystal ball shield active the whole time since after his howitzer impact attack, and had recorded everything from Motoyasu's humiliation to Na's roasting on everyone. It entertained him to no end. "Ha, this is too hilarious. I'm so going to have to somehow bring this home with me and upload it online. Like to watch it again, Blue." But as he looks over his arm, he sees Na sitting down on the ground looking sad. Bakugou would usually not get involved with affairs like this, but after some pressure to himself, he finally decided to talk to her. "Why the long face, Blue? You were totally awesome back there. I never would have thought you have a mouth on you." Na finally did say something. "I was a fool, Bakugou. I blindly trusted her and I nearly got myself enslaved because of it. I don't deserve any praise from you, I'm just your naive sidekick." Bakugou thinks to himself as he quietly stares at her. In one hand he should be scolding her for following Beach's word, but on the other hand he nearly made a bad mistake himself. Bakugou after sighing sits down next to Na, to talk to her. "Listen, Blue, don't act like you're the only one to make a very stupid mistake, which it was, but I nearly made an even dumber mistake myself." Na looked confused. "What do you mean? You never did anything wrong, Sir Bakugou. You saved a whole town from mass destruction and you saved me from my own stupid mistake. I wasn't thinking about you at first when I started that fight. I saw the whole thing as a way to prove my own strength and restricted myself with just my shield." "What was wrong with that?" Na asked. "Because idiot, had I lost, which I almost could have at one point because of that cheating Beach, you would have been enslaved, all because I purposely held back. Had I lost by myself it'd be one thing, but I shouldn't have risked your own life like that. I would have been no different than Ponytail Slot that saw you just as an asset to take advantage of. So don't feel like you were the only one acting stupid, because I was too."
Bakugou admits. Nan understood what Bakugou was talking about, but it didn't faze her that much. It actually cheered her up knowing Bakugou was willing to admit he made a mistake as well. I see. But even if that's true, Sir Bakugou, you had at least made up for it by kicking Sir Ponytail's ass in the end. Na says. Bakugou found it amusing, and I guess you mostly made up for your stupid mistake by that roasting in the end. Listen, how about this? If you promise me to not idiotically accept other people's garbage without my permission again, and I promise to not stupidly hold back anymore. Does that sound good to you? Bakugou promises to his sidekick. Na's frown quickly turned into a smile after hearing that, especially from Bakugou. Thank you, sir. And she goes for another hug. This, of course, made Bakugou furious. Blue, stop this. You're making me. Grrr. Okay fine, but just only a few more seconds then get off. Bakugou demanded with Na happily and quickly letting go. After that Bakugou smiled again and stood up. Okay, enough of this damn melodramatic crap, let's head back to the ballroom. I think that both of us still deserve some free cake for dessert. If not, I'll just beat it out of those chefs. Sounds good, number one hero. Na finally says to him. Bakugou smiles to her and the two head off to eat and finally rest again after such a long day. And with that fight, not only has Bakugou shown the court of Melromarc his hidden power, but also to the entire world what he can really do. Author's note: I admit it may have been a bit of a stretch to have Bakugou purposely hold back for the first half of the fight. I did my best to find the best character reason to be doing so, but I also figured that if he just used his quirk off the bat the fight would have been ridiculously short. I also didn't want Bakugou to completely neglect his shield abilities either and show that he can be strong without using his quirk, and to have some form of tension as well as some character development in the chapter. But I guess it didn't matter in the end anyway after he finally starts using his quirk on Motoyasu and kicked his ass. But as Bakugou said himself, this will be the last time he will purposely hold back, so always expect Bakugou to be using his quirk at the beginning of fights like this from now on. I should also address some things about Na. I understand some people don't like her, which I won't hold it to them. Some characters or their backstory don't click with certain people, and I can be one of them as well. My intention with Na was to have her be a sort of like Izuku Midoriya, a wide-eyed idealist who is willing to do anything to help people even to a naive degree, as someone to contrast with Bakugou without having any childhood background to him like he does with the real Izuku. I also made her into an elf in a story to make her more interesting than just some random demi-human, and as someone who is just as new to Melromarc as Bakugou, and an elf didn't seem too out of place in this setting even if they didn't have any in the original story. And of course I do intend to do something with the elves in this world way later down the line, so it's not just going to be a footnote to her character biography. I did my best to not make her out as a Mary Sue with some character flaws that she can eventually overcome. Many thought it was stupid of her for believing in myne, but that was sort of the point as a character mistake with her naiveness. But of course, she won't be doing that for the whole story. She will learn from her mistakes and harden a bit thanks to being with Bakugou, so don't expect the same character by the end of this story. Even Midoriya went through that, going from a weak wimp to being able to go toe-to-toe with Stain and Overhaul. But again, if you still don't like her then that's fine, I won't force anyone to like her, but I have no intention of getting rid of her or killing off her character this early, so sorry. Again, thank you for reading my story and hope to bring in more soon. Chapter 6, Onward. By the next morning after the duel, the four heroes and their party members gather at the throne room waiting for their rewards from the king. Motoyasu was even there, barely able to stand up after losing the duel yesterday, covered up in bandages and bruises, and had no choice but to wear normal clothing after his expensive armor was destroyed from Bakugou's howitzer explosion. Speaking of Bakugou himself, he stood there looking impatient with his arms crossed, not caring about proper behavior for everyone he hated just for the reward. On his throne, King Alt-Grey finally spoke. Thank you all for coming. As a reward for his effort during the wave, as well me giving support for a swift recovery, Master Motoyasu will receive 4,000 silvers. And Masters Atsuki and Ren will receive 3,800 silvers.
I've also set aside 500 silvers for the shield hero. The three go on to grab their bags of silvers, but as Bakugou attempts to get his, the king interrupted. However, since it's being offset by the cost of Motoyasu's injuries, the shield hero will not be receiving funds at this time. Bakugou wasn't surprised by this, but it still pissed him off as he spits on the throne rug to spite the king, who wasn't done speaking yet. In fact, the shield hero is required to pay several fines before he will be allowed to leave the castle. What bullshit are you talking about now, consort? An angry Bakugou demanded, with no so giving the king an ugly look. It's king, and your fines involve your fight last night. You've nearly killed my daughter by your actions, severely injured Sir Motoyasu, destroyed his armor, are suspected of cheating, and had in general been disrespectful of the crown. For all of that and other charges, you will be forced to pay up to 3,000 silvers. The king demanded from Bakugou. I ain't paying you jack shit. You can go to hell along with your dumbass fines. Bakugou yells at the king. You are to pay them now or you're never allowed to leave this castle, am I clear? King Altgrey yells back, with Bakugou ready to just attack the king as he emits his quirk out in one hand. Hold on a second. A voice interrupted them. It was Ren standing his ground. You're the one that encouraged that duel to happen in the first place. You almost allowed an innocent person to be enslaved from a crime your daughter set up herself, and blatantly allowed her to cheat so Motoyasu could have the advantage, who was also the one to accidentally injured myne anyway when she was doing her cheating. If anything, myne should be the one to be fined. Itsuki also spoke out. I agree. I may not like Bakugou, but he deserves his share for all the work he had done and all the stuff you put me through. The court was quite shocked by the two heroes defending the shield hero, including Bakugou, which only angered the king. But myne attempted to make up an excuse. You misunderstand, heroes. I was merely retaliating against the shield hero's own cheating. Oh, what bullshit are you going to make up now, Beach? Bakugou snarks back at her, making myne mad to just hear the shield hero speaking. Listen, devil. It was supposed to be a one-on-one duel, but you used those balloons at one point in the fight. That was a direct rule violation, so I merely balanced the scales for Motoyasu from your cheating. Multi made up while still pissed off at Bakugou for making her and Motoyasu look like fools last night. But no one was being convinced by this, including Itsuki. Those balloons came out of Bakugou's own shield by his magic. How would that be any different than me using a magic arrow from my bow? That also doesn't change the fact that you attempted to enslave Nia over a crime you made up. Ren also comments. Myne was still hard-boiled mad from that whole situation and flashed back. That filthy Demi is a criminal. I know what I saw. She should be executed on the spot now, along with the rapist shield devil. Myne yells toward the two. But no one was still buying it, as everyone gives her cold stares, with the king remaining silent and looking away awkwardly from his daughter to not draw her attention and drag him into that mess. Myne growls and turns to her whipping boy, Sir Motoyasu. Aren't you going to do anything about this? She shouts at him. But the injured wannabe hero looks toward Bakugou as he gives out a threatening growl toward him that frightened Motoyasu. No myne. Let's just stay out of this and let your father deal with it. He seems more than capable of it than us. Motoyasu stutters, and nervously excuses wanting nothing to do with Bakugou right now. Sir Motoyasu. Myne shouts at him again, but he refused to speak another word after that and looks away, whistling. A day ago he would have done almost anything for a woman, but after his embarrassing and traumatizing loss yesterday, his fear of Bakugou was greater than his lust at the moment. This continued to make myne furious that nothing was going her way, but there wasn't much else she could do for herself, so she also remained quiet for the rest of the throne meeting. Ren also brings up this point. I'm starting to doubt your daughter's honesty, King Alt cry. If she was lying about Nia's crime, then I suspect her accusation on Bakugou a month ago might have been just as exaggerated. I might even require that case to be reopened if he doesn't get what he deserved. Ren threatened, which actually made the king nervous because that would be the last thing he would need now, especially with the nobles starting to doubt his power as a regent. As much as he hated it, the king conceded.
Alright, fine, he'll be given the minimum amount but nothing else. I don't think so. Ren speaks out again, still having more to say to that. Bakugou deserves far more than 500. He not only fought and defended that town, but he was the one to kill the boss of the wave and the one to end it. If you ask me, he should receive more than the three of us. Ren defended Bakugou, who was mostly just staying silent, wanting to see where this situation goes, with the king looking more pissed off now. What the shield hero did was most likely just a bunch of lies and exaggerations. He doesn't deserve more than the minimum. The king excuses not wanting to help Bakugou anymore he could get away with. They were not exaggerations, shouted a voice, and it wasn't from the heroes but from one of the young knights that was at the town during the wave. The shield hero fought valiantly to protect the people of the town, and he and his partner took down that monster together. The knight continued. His commander was understandably not happy about this. Silence, soldier, or we'll lose our heads for this. He barked at the young soldier. But the soldier wouldn't back down. No, you also saw it yourself, he stood his ground and protected us from that thing. He continues to defend Bakugou. Another soldier in that unit came out to speak out as well. Indeed, the shield hero is truly one of the best fighters I've ever seen, and killed that giant monster that ended the wave just as the sword hero says. The other soldier defends Bakugou, with the other knights nodding in agreement, with the commander even more nervous than before, with his whole unit going against the king, who was getting more angry by this. Itsuki also spoke up again. Even if what he did was just an exaggeration, that still doesn't change what you did to Na. I also don't think 500 is enough to compensate her for what you and myne almost did to Na. She should be given plenty of reprehension money from your rash actions. The king was furious to no end as he clutches his fist, with Bakugou just enjoying the show without needing to say a word, making him smugly grin. What became the turning point though was when one black-haired noble wearing small glasses and blue clothing with a white coat spoke out from the stands. If I may inject my opinion, sire, but you also seem to be giving special treatment to the spear hero with extra rewards and turning a blind eye on his partner's cheating from that duel yesterday that benefited him. Is it because your daughter is in his party that you constantly favor the spear hero even if he doesn't deserve it? The noble announces to the whole court. Yeah, you allowed cheating in that duel. Are you trying to overthrow Queen Myrelia? You're not even fit to rule. Other nobles on the stand shouted among other things over the king's favoritism, with the room now filled up with angry voices as the king growls in frustration. King Alt-Cray knew the nobles were already questioning his authority. He then quickly shouts out, "Okay, fine, devil worshippers," as he slams his fists on the arms of his throne, making the room silent again. If you want the damn shield devil to get a bigger reward, then fine, he'll get 3,800 silvers just like the other heroes. But don't ever expect any more out of me, shield devil. He yells at Bakugou and then turns to Ren. But this will be cut out from your reward, sword hero. He angrily says to him, putting some of his frustration on Ren, knowing he started this in the first place. But Ren hardly seemed upset. Fine, it's not like I'm low on cash anyway. The servants that gave out the rewards then switched Ren with Bakugou's reward, which the shield hero just aggressively grabs the bag of money. Now, be gone already. The king yells at Bakugou. You know I could care less about your charity consort, but if it will piss you off more, I'll take as much you will give me. Bakugou mocks the king. I said be gone. And it's king. Alt-Cray yells at him again. Bakugou then turns around. Come on, Blue, I've had it with this palace of incest already. He calls for Na as she nods and walks along with her master, as the two head off on their way to become the best heroes in this world and save it from the next waves. After leaving the castle, Bakugou and Na had gone around the marketplace to get some more supplies and better equipment for their journeys. They visited Erhardt's blacksmith shop again to repair some of the equipment after fighting yesterday's wave and Bakugou's duel later that night. Bakugou had also bought a small portable anvil, a crafting hammer, and a bunch of other materials from him for Bakugou to make his own specialized gauntlets.
He and No also made visits to the herb and magic stores, with the herbalist offering a free medical book for Bakugou for saving some of his family at Loot Village during the wave. The magic shop owner had also offered Bakugou a free grimoire that read curses and how to break them to for saving her grandchildren in the same village. Bakugou had also bought a bunch of other books from various shops that include books that taught about new skills, spells, and general history of the various regions of Melromarc, as there will be plenty of times to read for long periods of waiting. Their most awkward stop was at the cathedral, where most of the church members gave Bakugou ugly looks, worse than before, as he goes up to the dragon hourglass to get the time for the next wave, which was now about 45 days away, more time than before. After all that shopping and stops, the two went toward a large building to pick up some quests for them to do. This had been the same place where Bakugou had found all the killing monsters quests, including the one with the trolls and the hydra, while some of the adventurers that were there were still uncomfortable with the shield devil in the building. Some there had gotten used to him by now after picking up so many quests from before. Most of the potential quests were all on a large bulletin board where people can pick up specific jobs, big or small. The person or a group of people with a problem can sign up to a place like this and be able to create flyers to put on the board that gives a quick description on the problem itself, the quest giver's names, the location to meet the quest giver, and most importantly the reward that comes with it. Many of these jobs can be very mundane things, but others can involve life or death situations. Bakugou had only been picking out the ones that involve monster killing, since most people around here prefer to not want help from a supposed rapist. But lately people have started to warm up to him a bit, especially after winning that big fight last night, and Bakugou knew he and need to go out more outside the general region, or otherwise they will start to fall behind the other heroes who are going out of the general region more. After some scanning across the board, Bakugou found one quest that caught his attention. The flyer read, "Assistance needed. I desire help retrieving a very special item that I'm unable to acquire myself. Knowing spells on disarming traps and curses will be required. Meet me at the address below at Melromarc's capital for me to give you better details and the location of this item. Reward 10 gold coins." Bakugou wasn't sure what be so important for this quest giver to get this item that is worth over 10 gold. But a quest is a quest, so he took the flyer off to get it signed off to the people running the place. The address to the quest giver was at the capital, so they head off toward it. After some walking, Na and Bakugou found the small house of the quest giver. Bakugou knocks on the door, and after about a minute the door creaks open, where a pair of eyes look in between the small opening and look toward them. "Ah, so the Cardinal Shield hero has finally come to my doorstep. What brings you here?" the weird mysterious man asked the two. Bakugou got straight to the point as he shows him one of his flyers. "We're here for the quest you posted. You want us to find some item, right?" The man opens the door completely and comes out himself. He was a strange-looking man in his 30s with white hair with red streaks on its side, wearing mage robes with what appears to be a white science apron and gloves. He looked toward them with a creepy smile. "Oh yes, my quest. I am glad to have your help, Shield Hero, to finally get my very important property. The last adventurers that I had to go out to get it were disappointing, to say the least," the guy says sinisterly. Though Bakugou was hardly intimidated by him. "Whatever, I don't care what losers failed before, just tell us what this thing is and where to get it," he demanded. "Yes, eager I see. Alright then, I'll get to the point. You see, about southwest of Loot Village there's a canyon gorge, very dry and arid. There you will see several ruins within the place, and one cave that contains an extremely important item I desire is within it. I'll hand you a small map of the area and the item's location. If you bring back that item safely to this house, I shall greatly reward you," the man explained. No was excited about another quest. "Of course sir, we shall." "Hold on a second, Blue." Bakugou interrupts her. "I like to ask some questions with this freak first," he continued. The quest giver looked amused and smiled back at Bakugou. "Very well, why don't you tell them now?" he asks. "Well, first of all, who are you exactly? Why do you need us to find this item?" And if you know the location of this thing already, then why bother hiring us? Bakugou asked first. The man continues to smile and answers, of course, the name's Zenra, a prized botanist of Melromarc. I would have done it, myself. But my powers might not be enough to fight back some of the violent wildlife there, so it'd be a great danger for me to do it. Also, the item is guarded by magic that I lack knowledge and skill in. So I'm requesting someone with knowledge of curse breaking to retrieve it, as the item that is being protected by such power. Quest giver answers. Bakugou was getting really suspicious with this strange man. So what's the item exactly? What are you planning to do with it? It's an item with magical properties that will help me over my science and magic experiments that I prefer to keep quiet about. So unless you don't want the quest and payment, I recommend you to not dig any deeper than that. The man tells them. Bakugou thought this all seemed wrong, but he showed no fear and asked one other thing from him. Fine, you weirdo. I just want to know if this 10 gold you're offering isn't just bullshit. Zenra smiles and reaches in his pocket with a bunch of gold coins. See, more than 10 gold here. And to ensure that I'm genuine, take this one as a way of appreciation and a guarantee that you will be paid the rest. Does that sound fair? Bakugou was hesitant, but after some thinking he decided to take the offer. Fine, but don't try to screw me over in any way, or I'll be the one to shove that coin back up your ass. The man smiles and hands him the 1 gold coin and the map to their destination marked on it. Good luck and be careful out there, he finally says as he shuts the door behind himself with a sinister smile on his face. The two walk away with no feeling somewhat concerned after that conversation. Sir Bakugou, I understand that you are not scared of anything and we shouldn't just judge on appearances, but I have a bad feeling about that man. I don't trust that creep one bit. I know he'll try to screw us over in some way. Bakugou says to Na as he looks at the golden coin he gave them. It seemed suspicious for someone to trust this kind of money on a random adventurer, since there'd be nothing to stop someone like him to run away with it. He then continues, but we need to go out further than the general capital region. We need to do bigger quests soon and encounter bigger monsters if we are to get stronger. This quest will at least take us to a different region than before, so just be on your guard when we get there. He then took out the map the man gave them and inserted inside the shield, with the location of the item now listed on the map shield. This map that he gave us does seem to be legit. So we will play along for now, but if this creep attempts anything when we get back, I'm going to strangle him with that damn apron of his. He finishes with Na nodding in agreement. Bakugou then teleports him and her into the town of Loot. After a few hours of shopping, it seemed too late for them to go to the quest location on foot, and being any new location in the dark seems too risky, so they will go on to the quest in the morning. While there, he and Na continued to help the locals to repair the damages from the wave. They were all still very grateful for everything he and Na did. While they didn't have much to offer, they still paid both of them small amounts for their work and healing magic. The most important thing though was getting some information. Bakugou had learned about another village that was not too far away from where the quest was at, called Lel, or so that'd be a good place to go to afterward. Though from what the villagers told him, that it wasn't a good idea as there were rumors of food problems going on over at the town. But that just motivated Bakugou to go there even more. And Na didn't object to helping out starving people. A few more hours of aiding the town later, he and Na finally went off to the inn for the night and rested. By the next morning, Na and Bakugou were ready to head off to do their big quests. After breakfast they both left the inn and went out to buy some traveling food at the local market before they head off. But before Bakugou could buy anything, he and Na heard a random villager say, "Hey, what are the knights doing here? And is that the spear hero?" Both points sparked the hero's curiosity as they followed that villager toward a large group of people that gathered around a group of knights, and upon a stand was indeed spear hero Motoyasu and Princess Malty holding out a open scroll. The princess finally spoke, in light of his exploits during the last wave. The spear hero Sir Motoyasu has been assigned as ruling lord of this region. Motoyasu himself looked like he was in better shape than yesterday. While he still had some bandages on him, it was a lot less than before. He also finally got his armor replaced after Bakugou destroyed his old one 2 days ago. Malty continued, to help the rebuilding efforts, we decided to levy a toll. This toll will be 50 silvers to enter the village and 50 to exit it. This frightened the crowd with how ridiculously expensive the toll will be, but that will ruin us. We won't have enough to buy food. The villagers continued to complain about the toll, but Malty only got mad by their disobedience. You dare defy your lord's orders? You should be respecting your heroes that saved your low-life village or you will be punished. She threatens them with Motoyasu just grinning happily with the fact that he will actually become a lord of his own land. Up until one of the villagers finally recognized Motoyasu. Hey, wait a second, aren't you that same hero who got his ass kicked 2 days ago? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, he was also the same one who admitted he was a beach baby. Another villager mocks at the spear hero as they and a few others laughed at him. Motoyasu's smile immediately disappeared and cringed after those comments. Oh come on, even the regular villagers know about that? Motoyasu thinks to himself, feeling completely embarrassed now. As the villagers laughed, Malty grew more furious. How dare you insult your cardinal hero, you be quiet now or suffer the consequences. She threatened, but some of the villagers continued to make fun of Motoyasu and quickly Malty as well. Oh yeah, I remember you too, you're that cheating beach that got sent flying into a wall by him. The villagers continued to mock her and laugh with Malty now boiling red in anger. That's enough. Malty screams, making the laughing stop. If I hear one more word about that, do it again. I'll have that word be the last one any one of you will say before I have their tongues cut out. Motoyasu is your new lord and those that defy him or me again will suffer. She shouts to everyone as some of her royal guards lay out their weapons. Hey, I thought the flying beach act was hilarious too, shouted a voice from the crowd. Who dared said that? Show yourself. When we find you, you'll be executed on the spot. Malty yells as she looks around the crowd of now terrified villagers. It turns out to be Bakugou finally revealing himself within the crowd. It's my spoiled beach. He shouts out to her with the crowd moving out of the way to give him and some space. Malty growls and grits her teeth in madness to be seeing him again. What the hell are you doing here, cheater? This is Sir Motoyasu's land now, so get lost. She yells at him and points her finger out toward the outside of the town. Motoyasu himself remained nervously silent, walking behind his soldier. He actually looked terrified to be seeing Bakugou again this soon. His land, huh? This seems more like an extortion operation to make a quick buck than actual governing. I imagine that your consort, Daddy, helped you and Ponytail Slot to get it just because you asked him. Bakugou mocks Malty, which only makes the princess more enraged. You watch your tongue. My father is the king of this country and this is Sir Motoyasu's rightful land and he is free to do whatever he wants with it. Leave now along with your criminal partner or I'll have the both of you thrown out by force and the rest of the villagers will pay for your crimes. Malty threatens the two with me looking mad as well by the sight of the evil princess. I like to see you try. I'm not going anywhere until this town is out of your war hands. Bakugou yells back at myne, neither will I. Myne yells as well with her and Bakugou holding their ground to protect this town from exploiters. Myne just evilly smirks back at them. Very well then. Guards, throw the shield devil out of here along with his filthy dummy. Then I want you to gather the villagers for all of them to be lashed and whipped, including the elderly and children. She orders, which horrified the villagers. But as the guards look back toward an angry Bakugou, he growls at the knights. They all looked terrified as Motoyasu and refused to engage him and stood back, against Malty's orders. Despite the fact she is the princess, they fear the shield hero more than her after they saw him beat Motoyasu, the cardinal spear hero, in a duel 2 days ago. The fearful guards remained where they were, which only infuriated Malty. What are you idiots waiting for? I order you to throw him out of here, now. Do it or I'll have all of you beheaded as traitors. She yells as she points toward Bakugou with neither side budging. But then all of a sudden a group of masked hooded figures dropped down in front of myne out of nowhere, surprising everyone including Bakugou and the princess. Nobody knew who they were until the one in the middle spoke. "I trust you know who we represent, Princess Malty. But why have you come?" Malty says with irritation to them, now recognizing who they were. The leader of the mysterious group then handed her a scroll. "For you." Malty snatches the scroll out of her hand. As the princess was reading it, both Bakugou and Na were wondering who they were. For them to be able to get the princess to listen to them, they must be powerful or have someone else powerful backing them up. They remained quiet, with the villagers just as quiet, unsure of their future. Malty read through the scroll and looked even more irritated. How could this be? She says to herself until she finally finished reading it and looked back mad toward Bakugou. "Shield hero. Fight us for the right to rule this village," she shouts toward him, pointing her finger at them. Motoyasu, however, immediately cowered away behind a knight when he heard the F word. "Fight? Fight?" he nervously asked Malty to ignore him. Bakugou liked the sound of it. "Sounds good, I'm up for a good beatdown. We won't have to fight here, this time it will be just a simple race. 3 laps around the village riding with whatever you have to Motoyasu's dragon. The fastest will win the lordship to the town," myne tells Bakugou. Motoyasu signs in relief. Now he won't have to worry about actually fighting him again. "I don't have a ride, so you're going to have to pick something else," Bakugou responds back to Malty, who was just getting irritated with Bakugou's smart-ass remarks. "Really? You don't have anything to ride on? You're more pathetic than I thought." Malty, deciding to mock Bakugou, says the war who hangs around with a beach baby. He mocks back at Malty, only making her madder. "Fine, then shield devil. If we can't race, then I guess we can just have another duel after all," Malty shouts to him, freaking Motoyasu out. Bakugou was eager for it. "Sounds great, I'm pumped up to kick the beach baby's ass again," he says as he punches his hand to make a small explosion. But Malty wasn't finished yet. "Hold it, devil. Due to your cheating from Motoyasu's last duel, he won't be able to fight at his prime for a while. So the duel will be done by 2 different people this time." Bakugou was curious about who she was talking about. "By who?" Malty was quick to the point. "It will be between just me and that dummy of yours," she answers, pointing toward Na. Everyone turns toward the young blue elf girl, making this stress out. "Wait. Me? Just me?" She startles, losing some of her cool. Myne continues, "Of course, Motoyasu is still recovering, and I know you will just use that weird fire magic to cheat, so it will be between the hero's best champions, and the one who wins will claim the right to rule this village. Do you agree, Shield?" "Hell yes, you're on," Bakugou quickly answered without hesitation. "Wait. Sir Bakugou," Na shouted, wanting her say on the matter, with Bakugou looking coldly at her in silence. "Sir Bakugou, I don't think this is a good idea. I'm not strong enough to fight her. I can't do this alone," she says to him, being completely honest with herself, and was expecting a big scolding from Bakugou. But rather than yelling at her, Bakugou just shakes his head and then said, "Don't be telling me that. Tell that to them." Bakugou points toward the scared villagers, who were all gathered near the 2. "Please miss, you have to help us. Even as the village lord, not even I can afford these tolls. You're our only hope for the future of our town," the elder village lord begs to Na. Na in silence looks toward the crowd of villagers, which included families with young children. Almost all of them had just experienced the full force of the wave and now were in danger of losing everything they had to an evil princess and her toy hero she drags around. Na felt immense guilt if she were to leave these people to their fates, and she knew well Bakugou would never let it down. She pulls out her sword to look at her reflection as she debates on what to do. She fears Malty and what the duel could entail, but Na couldn't bear the burden of guilt of being too afraid to help these poor people. It was a hard decision for Na, as she thinks to herself. But Malty was losing her patience. "Well, Demi, are you going to fight or not?" she demands from her, giving an ugly look at the 2 heroes, with Bakugou giving Malty an ugly look back as well. But after some thought Na had finally made up her mind. "Alright. I'll do it, not just for me but for this whole town," she answered confidently. But Malty just evilly grins and announces, "Very well. Then the duel shall start in less than an hour and we shall see which hero's champion is the best." After some setup, the arena was quickly built up with some physical work and magic. It was a small area that was about a foot tall. Big enough for swordsmen to fight on, but small enough for one to be pushed off. 2. Bakugou. This reminded him of the sports festival but on a smaller scale. The duel was going to be ready in a few minutes with Malty on the other side quietly talking to her knights on doing sinister things. While Bakugou was waiting for the duel to see how well his sidekick will do in this duel for the town by herself. Despite her confident answer to Malty earlier, Na was still nervous as hell to be fighting the same woman that made her to be arrested then forced on the ground by guards and had almost enslaved her. Bakugou looks at her in an angry frown knowing there's great fear in her and Na knew it without him needing to say anything. She finally decided to speak up. "I still don't know if I'm going to be good enough, Sir Bakugou. I'm not sure if I can handle this on my own," she confesses to him as she clumps her hands together nervously. Bakugou knew he had to say something to her despite inspiring speeches not really being his thing. "Listen, Blue, you're far better than that spoiled war. You managed to survive and helped kill 2 multi-headed monsters. You can be this one-headed monster's ass like nothing. Don't let her get to you by her bullshit. Show the beach what you're made of and kick her ass and show who is the better sidekick," he says to inspire her with Ned starting to feel better by her master's supporting words. "I understand, Sir Bakugou. I'll do my best. Not only for my dignity but for all the people of this town as well," she answers back. She was ready to move away to the arena until Bakugou stopped her by placing his arm on her shoulder. "But I'm also warning you, Blue, don't expect her to play fair. You saw yourself what she tried to do at the other duel 2 nights ago. So be on your guard and pay attention." Bakugou tells her and she nods in agreement. After a few more minutes of preparation, the duel was ready to start. Malty and Na got on top of the small arena as they were set at on opposite ends of arena, both looking directly at each other on their ends. While still nervous, Na held her ground as she takes out her sword and held it in a guarding position awaiting for an attack once the fight starts. But on the other end was myne, evilly smiling as she waves her own sword around thinking she had nothing to fear from some supposed enemy, with the knights and motoyasu cheering for her. She even went as far as to mock her. "Don't feel too bad if you lose like a fool. I will be glad to give you another one of my rings afterward to make you feel better." Malty mocks, showing off her hand with more rings on her. Na knew she was just digging into her skin, which only made her madder at Malty. She was now ready to put this brat princess in her place after she humiliated her that night, just as Bakugou would have done. The 2 warriors readied themselves as everyone watches, awaiting the duel for the fate of their town to begin. The town elder-in-lord then made his announcement. "This duel shall be between the cardinal heroes champions, Malty, Melromarc and Navarone. The duel shall be over when one surrenders or is kicked off the arena. Magic will be permitted but only by the champions. Any outside assistance is forbidden. Killing your opponent is also forbidden, so restrain yourself to some capacity. So be ready now," he announced. Na knew Malty wasn't going to be following the rules as Bakugou said before, probably even the no-killing part, so she had to be on her guard from any moves that look like death blows. "Fighters, on your mark," the elder said, with the 2 fighters in their positions waiting for this moment as they both stare in resentment of each other. "Ready. Fight." The elder throws his hand to start the duel. Malty immediately went on the offense with her sword as she sprints toward Na, who remained at her position holding out her sword. Both swords finally clashed, bashing into each other. Malty continues to swing at Na as she attempts to cut open the supposed enemy as Na continues to block and dodge each attack while remaining away from the edge. At first it looked like the duel was very one-sided as Malty continues to fight aggressively. But this was merely a strategy Na came up with from her training on sword tactics, which involved making her opponent tire herself out after so many aggressive moves to make it easier to fight back once her opponent starts to slow down from exhaustion. The sword fight continued as Malty acts confidently, thinking herself as the superior fighter to the dummy who was barely fighting back. What's the matter? Too afraid to fight against your clear superior? Just give up already to end this farce. She mocks Na. But the young elf wasn't going to let that affect her, and she continues to block off Malty's attacks. After a few minutes of constant attacks, as Na predicted, Malty was starting to already feel tired from all the aggressive swinging and was fighting more sluggish than before and was breathing heavily. "Hold still, you blue demon!" she yells at Na. Malty clearly did have some training with swordplay, but she clearly never completed it, as she fights with pure brute force rather than any discipline or strategy, both things that Na has. Na knew it was her time to finally go on the offense. After ducking from another swing from Malty, she quickly swings at an opening and strike Malty at the center of the princess's torso. The sudden pain caught Malty off guard and allowed Na to quickly strike more hits on her. Despite the staggering, Malty was able to start blocking Na's attacks and attempts to fight her off again, but her rage could only go so far as Na strikes a few more times at Malty as she fails to get a hit on the young elf. This continued on as Na press on her strategy while myne fails to adapt, thinking she will overpower the weak lower being, but she grew more and more tired as Na dodges her every attack and had lower nearly 3/4 of her health as Na made another aggressive attack after she stunned myne again. The force of all the slices nearly pushed myne out of the ring, but she managed to barely hold herself up. The townsfolk continued to excitedly cheer for Na, thinking she had it in the bag. All but Bakugou, who knew the beach was up to something once he sees a small smirk on her lips. Na quickly charged her sword from her mana to finally knock the exhausted myne out for good, but when the young elf just finished charging, myne winks out to a random soldier who nods and turns around and goes on to create a magic spell. Na charges at Malty, intending to finally finish her and kick her off the arena, but as she was about to make contact with her sword, Malty suddenly hit in green aurora around her, and when Na's swing she just misses her opponent. Malty was able to instantly dodge it, surprising Na and the crowd. She then throws a slash at Na's stomach, finally getting a good hit on the elf. It hurt badly, but Na was able to keep her balance and was able to jump back away from Malty, who started to smugly grin at her opponent as if she knows now she was going to win again. But it wasn't just her reflexes either. Her health was slowly regenerating back, with her attack power increasing as well. Bakugou knew full well that it wasn't coming from her as he looks beyond the crowd and sees Malty's soldiers casting spells to aid her in the duel, despite that being against the rules, with Motoyasu completely oblivious of this as he cheers for myne. Bakugou wasn't surprised one bit, but he knew the beach will deny it if he calls her out on it, so it would be pointless to call foul play. He also wanted his sidekick to learn to adapt. He already warned her that her opponent wasn't going to play fair, just as any real battle won't be fair. So she has to learn to adapt to the situation and fight back, not just for her own sake but for the people of this town as well. Malty quickly launches magic fire attacks on Na as she does her best to dodge the fire blasts. And to her luck, myne's MP was regenerating as well, so she was spamming fire non-stop until most of the arena was covered with fire. Malty, smiling sadistically, then placed a fire charm on her sword, coating it with fire, making it extra deadly. Na attempts her trump card as she yells, "Electric shock!" as she places her hands on the ground to electrify the arena. But as electricity spreads across the small arena, she quickly noticed myne wasn't affected by it at all as she continues to stand there with her evil grin. It seemed the soldier had provided her with strong electric resistance as well. Myne strikes back again with her flame sword as Na tries her best to dodge and block it all, but to also avoid the fire on the ground. Na knew she had to somehow win, but it was challenging to fight someone getting a bunch of bonus buffs outside the ring. Malty was finally able to strike at Na a few more times, and while she was staggered, myne blasts a fireball right at her opponent's stomach, sending Na flying. She would have been knocked out of the ring, but Na stabbed her sword on the ground in time to stop her momentum. Na struggled to get back up, still feeling the burns from Malty's fire sword even as the fire on the ground fades away. But she wasn't giving up yet. Na knew her master wouldn't give up like this when people depend on him, so she won't either. Malty runs up to her with her sword out ready to strike at her head with N just in time, blocked it with her sword. The two fighters struggled with each other as they attempted to overpower the other as they tightened their grips on their swords. N struggled more while Malty continues her smug face thinking she had already won. The princess then attempts to break N psychologically to make her give up. Face it, you're no adventurer, you're just some puny demi-human who sells herself to an ox of a man to provide for you. You're no different than a prostitute, so just give this up right now. She intimidates and mocks N. While such words hurt, it wasn't enough to break N. In fact, it actually gave her more of a drive to prove myne wrong. You're right about one thing, I'm no adventurer. I'm something even better. A hero. She throws herself back at Malty with the princess, looking confused as they both begin to clash again and struggle now trying to overpower the other. And for the last time. I'm not a demi-human. N shouted and then bashed her forehead right onto Malty's, quickly breaking sword struggle. The head bashed harmed them both but N was able to get herself back together faster and starts attacking at Malty again. Despite Malty's defense and reflex buffs, N was still able to strike hard at the evil princess over and over as she fights faster than before. Malty attempts to use her fire magic again, but N was fighting up so close it forced Malty to not use it without hurting herself. All she could do was place another fire charm on her sword. Malty swings at the elf again only for N to duck down, allowing her to punch Malty in the stomach. Ow. You little. Malty attempts to stab her flaming sword at N on the arena floor, with the young hero dodging it right away. The opening allowed N to kick Malty in the shins, forcing her to kneel down. N strikes at Malty flame sword over and over again, with Malty holding it up to block the attacks over and over until finally the princess's sword finally breaks into two from N's powerful strikes. Now with half a weapon, Malty could no longer keep up with the more trained fighter as N strikes again and again, with even her regenerating health no longer able to keep up. N gives Malty a good punch in the face, then kicked her in the chest, launching the princess near the edge of the arena. Malty could barely get herself up as N makes a final charge at her. Malty angrily stares behind herself to force the knights to make a final attempt to screw N over. The knights created a large magic hole right near Malty like the one Bakugou used on one of the trolls before. Malty smiles confidently, quickly thinking she had won, with the anticipation of the elf girl falling into it and breaking her legs. But N was able to see it quickly and use her strength and power to jump off right from the edge of the hole and was up in the air thanks to her magic jump power, surprising the princess, the knights, and everyone else. N finally sticks her foot with her metal boot out, and with her full force and momentum she kicks Malty right in the jaw. The kick was so powerful that not only did it break off some of her teeth, but it forced Malty right off the arena, making the princess fall on her back as she rolls across the ground, with N landing right on the edge of the arena. The fight was now officially over. N had won. All the villagers cheered for N and her victory. Despite being injured and tired, she never felt any more proud of herself, to be cheered on as a hero, someone of importance. Something she never felt back at home. Even Bakugou was making a small smile. Bakugou wasn't much for giving other people gratitudes, so N knew it was completely genuine. On the other end, the soldiers had to quickly help out Princess Malty with their own healing magic, with Motoyasu mostly looking away, knowing what was going to happen. Finally healed up, the now furious princess forced herself up with her face as red as a cherry, and she stomps her way back toward N. You! She yells, getting everyone's attention. You filthy little cheater. You somehow had that shield devil use magic to help yourself out in that duel. This match was nothing but a sham. And... ow! You broke some of my teeth from the royal jaw. She yells at N and Bakugou while holding on to her injured jaw. The two were not amused, and Bakugou shouts back at her, accusing me of cheating again. How cute. What about your little group of knights giving you all of your bullshit buffs? Malty denies it, but she was still furious at him. I never cheated, you idiotic liar. You've used magic and I know it. She continues to furiously yell at him, but before he could say something, the hooded group comes back to defend the shield hero. We detected no magic coming from the shield hero throughout that match, nor was Na ever blessed with any outside forces. We did detect all forms of magic on you from outside the ring. So you are the one who cheated here. The hooded figure told her, only increasing her anger and was making Bakugou act smugger. You heard her. Now how about you get off my land now, or I am placing a toll on the existence of Redhead War. Bakugou demanded and threatened her. And Bakugou knew that with this hooded masked group here Malty had no choice but to follow Bakugou's rule, which pisses her off to no end. This isn't over yet. You and the rest of the peasantry will suffer for this one day. She yells at them as Malty stomps off toward the way out of town. As she stomps away, she walks up to and drags her boy toy Motoyasu by his back armor collar, with her, "Come Motoyasu, let's get you leveled up and have you finally put that demon in his place." She yells at him as she continues to drag his body without the spear hero resisting, which just amuses both Bakugou and Na. "But myne, what about that town we were going to deliver those supplies?" Motoyasu asked, having enough guts to say something to his partner, girlfriend. "We'll deal with it later. Right now we are going to grind your levels up and buy the best equipment this kingdom has to offer. I will not be insulted like this. Not now, not never." She shouts at Motoyasu, who is too frightened to oppose or say anything else, as she drags him off out of town with the knights and the rest of Motoyasu's partners following suit. Bakugou immediately turns toward the mysterious figures. "So who the hell are you?" he demanded. "We are referred as the Shadows. We work directly for the Queen, but we are not allowed to say anything else. Just know this, her shield, you are not alone in your hatred of Alt Cry and Malty. Once the true sovereign eventually returns, she will make things right." She finishes as this group leader and the rest of her group run away. "Hey you beaches, I'm not done. Get back here." He yells at them, but they were already far gone. "Are we going to follow them, sir?" Na asked and wondered. "No, it's not worth wasting our time over," he answers Na, but then Bakugou turns back to her to make a small smile at his sidekick, "But not bad out there, Blue. You showed that Warho's better." Na was happy to hear that. She would have hugged him, but she knew he would have hated it, so she just bows to him. "Thank you for everything, Master Bakugou." Once the spear hero's crew were out of sight, the villagers gathered back around and cheered on to the shield hero, their new lord, and his sidekick. The village elder finally spoke up. "Thank you so much, shield hero. You and your partner have saved our village yet again. How are we to repay you for everything you two have done?" Bakugou didn't say anything at first until he thought of something. "You got any means of transportation?" Bakugou knew that he needed to have a way of traveling than just on foot, with how large this kingdom is among other factors. To be able to keep up with the other heroes as well as wanting to improve more of his skills and abilities without constantly walking, he would need to get to places faster as well as train himself and his sidekick. Which he can't do if he is walking on foot or controlling an animal to travel around at the same time. But before the elder could think about it, one villager came up to him on the subject. "Excuse me, sir shield hero, I may have what you want." He immediately caught his attention. "Well, what is it?" Bakugou demanded. The man quickly answered, "The name's Dowd. I run a traveling and delivery service for the people of Melromarc. For a price I can give rides to those that don't want to walk on foot for long distances or have no access to a horse, dragon, or philoleo, but since you saved my family from the wave and the spear hero's exploits, I'm glad to not charge you for anything no matter the destination. Normally some areas would be off limits due to high amounts of monsters or highwaymen, but as long as you're with me no monster should be any threat to me." Bakugou smiles at that. "Good, the faster we can travel to places the better." The elder then bowed to the shield hero again. "I'm glad you got what you needed. Now it's time for us to continue the recovering efforts." He tells Bakugou. "Hang on a second, old man, take this first." Bakugou says as he takes out a sack and throws it to him. "Here, make sure it's spent well." He tells the elder, confusing him. What is this shield hero, Bakugou?" the elder asked. "It's a bag of money, idiot. 3,800 silvers to be exact,"
Bakugou answered, making the elder and the townsfolk quieten in surprise. 3,800 silvers? This much shield hero? But why? The elder asked for why someone would give it much to a small village like this, even from a hero. Considering I'm the village lord now, it's my responsibility to have it recover from disaster. That idiot consort seems more focused on having parties and kissing up to his war daughter than helping his citizens. So think of this as me giving what should have been given to you from the beginning. That's more than enough to pay for all the repairs to this village. And I want the rest to be spent on equipment and weapons to prepare you idiots for the next wave, especially the guards and officers stationed here. Bakugou answers them, with everyone feeling thankful for the shield hero's generosity. But you better not spend it all on stupid shit or pocket it, or I'll be back bashing in some heads. He also threatens them, while not something a hero would say. The villagers understood what he was saying, and his actions had spoken louder than words. Don't worry, sir. I mean Lord Bakugou, I'll ensure that the money is spent right and have the men get the weapons and equipment they need, be ready for the next waves to come. The elder answered, with Bakugou smiling and nodding. About an hour later, after some quick celebration from everyone toward Bakugou and the healing her up, they finally meet up at Dalvin's Philolio wagon. As promised, he wouldn't charge them, and Bakugou told him the coordinates to that one quest, and they quickly head off toward their next adventure. The two heroes continue onward with their quests as they sat on the wagon. Their destination was a few hours away, even with their rider's constant speed, so he and Na had time to learn new or improve on their skills. Bakugou was reading his new book about curses and to break them, since that was going to be relevant in their mission soon. He had been reading it thoroughly and at a fast pace without skimming over anything. Na was reading and training through a spell book on water magic spells. Since Na was a water elf, it made sense for the sidekick to teach herself on her element. Unfortunately, though, she was struggling to conduct a simple water ball spell. Bakugou noticed as she tries over and over again to hold together a water ball, only for it to fall apart in seconds into a bowl of water. Na had out. Come on, hold. Pop, damn it, not again. Alright, let's try again with greater concentration. Okay, concentrate, Pop. Damn it, why can't this stupid ball stay solid? She yells at her bowl of water, getting enraged at the inanimate liquid. Bakugou just found the whole thing amusing. For a water elf, he seemed to be shit at water magic. He playfully mocked, with Na not amused. It's just. Ugh. Why is water so damn hard to control? Electricity magic was never this hard, and I'm not an electric elf. Na complained, feeling like a fool in front of her master. Well, bitching about it isn't going to make it better. Besides, you shouldn't be wasting time on new skills anyway. You need to go back and refine the magic you know better in. Find new ways to use your electricity magic. Using one big move in battle will not be useful against multiple opponents or an army. Bakugou recommends to her. He remembered how Deku used to blow everything he had on his body on one or two punches and would remain almost useless for the rest of the event early in the school year, like the USJ incident or the sports festival. Or like when Kaminari turns into a bigger idiot after he uses all of his electric power. That last thing he needs in a sidekick is for her to be dead weight. Na was still mad, but she understood what he was saying. Perhaps improving on her electric magic is a better idea. Yes, Master Bakugou, I'll improve my electricity skill, she says to him as she throws the water out of the cart and went back to reading the magic grimoire on electric magic. While Na was reading through the book in this long trip, she wanted to ask Bakugou something. Say, Sir Bakugou, how do you do that fire magic? Could you teach me how to do it? She finally asked him. It's not magic, idiot. It's basically a biological part of my body. I can sweat nitroglycerin and make it explode from the palms of my hands, simple as that. Bakugou answered, unamused. He was getting tired of people calling his quirk magic. I'm not sure what nitroglycerin is, but I'll take your word for it, Master. Na says, mispronouncing the chemical that probably doesn't even exist in this world yet. She did ask one other thing about it though. "Have you tried to put some of it in your shield like you do with all the other materials, sir?" she asked. "No, I'm not a part of this world, so why the hell would this stupid shield know a thing about my sweat?" he bluntly answers, though it did cross his mind about his quirk sweat and how it might work with his shield. "Well, maybe you should at least try it, see if something happens. Considering how powerful it is, you might get a powerful shield out of it," she continues, curious to see what will happen. Bakugou was sure it will do nothing, but since they didn't really have anything else to do but read books, he might as well try it. "Fine, but don't expect crap out of it." Bakugou then made his body produce some of his explosive sweat as it collects in his hand. Once it was at a significant amount, he poured some of it in the gem of his shield and it actually did absorb it. It surprised both Na and Bakugou, and the shield menu popped up to show, "Shield Unlock, Explosion Shield, allows user to absorb explosive liquid in shield and will cause an explosive impact on the enemy who strikes it or by the shield hero's command. Passive, explosion damage increased by 10%. Bakugou quickly activates the shield and it was a large orange and yellow shield with a symbol at its center that resembled Bakugou's pissed off face. Bakugou growls in anger from the symbol, while Na found it amusing. "How cute it looks, exactly like you." Na jokes. "It looks nothing like me, Blue. So shut up about it." Bakugou explodes at his sidekick, which only made her giggled some more, with Bakugou now resembling the symbol, which just made Bakugou growl in annoyance more. He did eventually calm down enough to look at his shield. "A shield based off explosions, huh? Don't know what that entails, but I wouldn't mind seeing what it does in action," he says to himself as he goes back to his reading. Though the more he read about curses and magic traps, the more he grew suspicious of that coin the botanist gave him. When he decided to get a closer observation of it, he noticed a weird feeling coming out of the coin itself. It was as if there was some sort of energy coming from the small object. He was growing more suspicious of it, but he eventually just puts it away to deal with it later. He and Nick continued on reading as they wait on until they made it to their destination. Soon enough, after a few hours, Bakugou and Na had finally made it to their destination. The area was an arid canyon with hardly any grass or vegetation other than some cactus and some predatory birds flying around. According to Dalvin, from some rumors, he heard this area used to belong to an ancient alchemist guild until one of their members went mad and turned the rest of his guild into science experiments, torturing and dissecting them to make whatever sinister things he thought of. That was until one of his mad experiments went wrong and ended up killing him. Their temple had been looted and was deserted ever since. Of course that plant creep made us go to a creep place. Bakugou sparked, knowing whatever this botanist wanted, it was something made by this guild or by the alchemist himself. Eventually the driver stopped about a mile away from the temple to drop the two off. He then drives back to the end of the canyon where it was safe from monsters to wait for them to come back, and they were done. The two heroes moved out to find the abandoned temple. After some walking they found it. The temple itself was completely inaccessible, with the hole inside of it caved in with rocks. If there was anything left of value inside, it was crushed long ago. But the location of the item wasn't in there, it was across from it. A small cave that was pitch black with most likely dangerous creatures inside it. As the two heroes head toward the cave entrance, Bakugou took out that coin the botanist gave him. He continues to feel that weird energy coming from it, making him more suspicious about the coin. After some thinking, he made up a decision. He purposely dropped the coin on the ground and left it there as he continues to walk away from it. "Sir Bakugou, you dropped a coin," Na noticed. "Forget it, we can get it back once we get back out of this cave. It's not like there's anyone else here to claim it." Bakugou excuses, but he knew something was fishy about that coin and wants to be as far away from it as he could. The two were finally near the entrance, with Bakugou creating a light spell to see in the dark. They continued to walk through the dark cave to find this item. It seemed like a small labyrinth that someone could easily get lost in, but Bakugou would always blast a part of the wall where he and Na had been at before, and in different shapes, so he would know where they were at and not get lost. There were some monsters in the cave,
though it was mostly just monster bats or moles, nothing serious, and Bakugou would acquire a few more shields out of it. Eventually the two finally found what they were looking for. In the room was a podium with a large chest on it completely shut tight. "I'm guessing this is it," Na commented as they approached the podium. When the two got right up to the chest, Bakugou noticed some writing on a platform next to the chest. It was in an old dialect of the current writing system in Melromarc, but Bakugou was able to translate it and gave the ability to read it to Na. It read, "We pray that this seed never leaves out of this tunnel. It is a horribly twisted manifestation of our wish that no one would feel the pains of hunger ever again in this world." "That doesn't sound good," Na commented, now feeling uneasy about this whole quest. Bakugou was wondering what it meant by seed, whether it was a literal seed or not. But he wasn't scared of some warning. "Whatever, we have a job to do, so we might as well just get it," he says to his sidekick. Na then goes to open the chest. "Well, okay then, let's open this thing and..." But Bakugou quickly grabs Na's arm and stops her from touching it. "Are you that stupid? Do you think that something like this out in the open would be that easy to open and take?" He scolds at her and she moves away, feeling bad for making Bakugou yell at her again for doing something stupid. "Magnifying shield," Bakugou shouts with his shield, transforming. Bakugou uses the glass shield to observe the chest and sees through its deadly magical enchantments. "Just as I thought, this thing is hexed. And it seems to be a very powerful one at that." Bakugou then transformed his shield again, Queen Balloon Shield. Once transformed, he created a balloon monster from it and drops the small thing right on the chest. As soon as it made contact on the surface, the little monster was enveloped in magic and the poor thing screams in pain as it quickly vaporized into dust on the floor. Again, just as I thought, any looter or would-be adventurer that attempts to just touch this thing is reduced to nothing, Bakugou confirms as he and Na looked down at the floor by the chest and noticed a large pile of ash in front of it, most likely from all the looters and people that attempted to open this chest. Na felt even more stupid now, knowing that she would have been reduced to dust as well had her master not stopped her foolishness. "So what now, sir?" she asked. "Hold on a second and I'll figure it out." He raises his voice to her as he continues to observe the chest to figure out how to break the hex. After a few minutes of observing and reading through his curses book, Bakugou finally figured out, by the looks of it, whoever the hell put this hex up really didn't want this thing to be opened up. "It has a cardinal level curse on it," he says out loud. "Cardinal level?" Na asked. "Basically, idiot, it's a curse so powerful that the only thing that can break it without getting killed by it is through a cardinal weapon and with an experienced hex breaker. We got both of those covered, but even with that I have to concentrate on a curse-breaking spell to get this damn thing to open." He answers her and looks back. "So unless you want to be vaporized, you better get to the back of the cave. I won't need your help and I don't need any distractions. And don't try to jump in to help because you could get us both killed if I screw this up. Got it?" Bakugou asked and demands from her. "Yes sir, I understand." While Na didn't like the sound of that, she trusted her master enough to follow Bakugou's lead and moves as far to the back as she could, while Bakugou does his dangerous curse-breaking spell. Once she was far enough, Bakugou takes some deep breaths and finally starts the disarming ritual. Bakugou's shield glows as he shouts out a magic chant, which makes the chest glow as with the shield until it started to emit powerful electric pulses, with Bakugou producing a magic barrier as he concentrates on breaking the magic curse. It was an intense struggle, with Bakugou using all of his willpower, mana, and concentration to finally break this magic hex without it killing him. It looked like it was actively hurting him as he continues to struggle with the magic. Na was tempting to run in to help him, but he told her already to not interfere. So she remains and holds herself back as the intense magic continues to light up the cave. But soon enough, after one more large burst of magic energy, the power around the chest dissipates until it gets dimmer and dimmer until the energy finally disappeared. The hex was finally broken. Na walked back up to Bakugou as he smiles pridefully to his accomplishment of breaking a powerful spell in his first attempt. Bakugou then opens the chest. and the item that had such a powerful hex on its chest to drive away thieves was just a large seed. You're kidding me. This is it. I could have died for this stupid thing. Bakugou complains as he gets angry that his big accomplishment ended up being just for that. But why would they put such a spell on just a seed? Is this what that weird botanist guy was looking for? Na asked Bakugou, who was still pissed off by the whole thing. But as he examined the seed more, he did detect powerful magic in this seed. He could now see it was more than just an ordinary seed, it was a seed with power behind it. Bakugou then just shrugs and just puts the seed into his shield inventory, which then says in a pop-up, "Shield unlocked, bio-plant shield, allows skill of plant modification, whatever, let's just get out of here and meet up with that creep later." The two began to head out toward the cave entrance. But right before they could leave the room, a giant rock monster bursts out of the wall behind them. It barely fitted in the cave, but it looked strong and powerful with red eyes and a strong source of power glowing within its chest. According to Bakugou's hub, it is labeled as a guardian golem. I'm guessing he's here to protect the seed as well? Na comments as the two prepare themselves to fight the thing, with Bakugou holding his ground. More like to kill the one who tries to steal it. Bakugou shouts back. The golem finally engages the two as it smashes its fist right at them, with both heroes barely dodging it. The rock creature was a lot faster than it appeared. It continued to smash across the small area, attempting to hit his two targets. When it was about to punch at Bakugou, he finally shouted "Explosion Shield," in which the shield quickly transformed. As he held it out though, he felt something weird. It was as if the sweat that was being collected from his palms was being sucked out by the shield. But before he could figure it out himself, the golem punches right into Bakugou's shield, and in less than a second the shield lets out an explosion right on the golem's arm, blowing it completely off. After the golem jumped back, Bakugou quickly figured out what the shield did. It took some of his explosive sweat from his palms and was absorbed into the shield itself, and once an enemy makes contact with it by an attack, the shield lets out a large explosion. Bakugou likes the idea of it. Hey, I guess this isn't a dumb shield after all. I like to see Ponytail Slot try to hit it now. He mused to himself. But thinking of more ways to kick Motoyasu's ass would have to wait, as he and his sidekick had to worry about a mad golem. The one-armed guardian attacked again as it attempts to punch and smash at his targets with his one other arm, but the two heroes were too fast for it. Blue. Strike the legs. Bakugou shouted as Na jumps and rolls under the rock monster's legs as she used her sword to slice behind the legs, forcing the thing to kneel down. Bakugou ran up to it and lets out multiple explosive blasts at the golem as he blasted away large amounts of its torso, while Na sliced up its back until the monster got up again as it swings its arm around, and just like last time, Bakugou activated his explosion shield, and just as before on contact it blows up its other arm. The golem then just starts to run all over the cave, trying to smash and run over the two with its body weight as it continues to crush into the walls. Bakugou finally just stopped as he allows the berserking golem charge toward him. The young teen smiles as he activates the shield one more time as the rock attempts to run him over, as Bakugou held his ground. Once the rock monster collided with the shield, it exploded once again, blowing the golem back away, destroying most of its head as it was forced to back itself near a wall. Bakugou then yells as he runs right up to the golem and finally blows up what's left of the top half of its body off. The now headless monster could no longer stand up as it finally fell backward against the wall, now dead. Bakugou leveled up to 44 and Na to 32. Bakugou then walked up to the golem's lifeless body to take in some of its material for his shield, which unlocked. Guardian Golem Shield, defense increased by 30. It was quite a lot of defense, and Bakugou didn't complain about it, but just before he could walk away he saw a glowing light above what's left of the golem's chest. After a closer look, it turned out to be a small glowing orange orb. It was no bigger than a cantaloupe melon, but it seemed to have a powerful energy aura around it. It sparked Bakugou's curiosity, as he blasts carefully around the golem's corpse to get the orb out. Once he got the orb out, it seemed to be a mystery for the hero. Even through his shield menu, the only information that popped up for it was It also made Nya curious as she stared at it. "What is that thing, Sir Bakugou?" she asked. "Don't know. But whatever it is, I'm keeping it," Bakugou answered as he places the orb in a leather bag. Normally he would put it in the shield inventory, but he rather not put in something he doesn't know about first. The two went on their way out of the cave without much other resistance and back into the light. Nya then wanted to talk about the explosion shield. "So how was that shield you used on the golem?" she asked. "It's fine, I guess, but it really sucked a lot out of me. It almost made me dry after the third attack. It's useful in certain occasions, but I can't just use it all the time or I will just be a worthless shielder. At least until I level up the thing to be better," he answered her as they continued walking. "Alright, I had about enough of this place. Let's just meet with our driver and then." But suddenly a giant burst of energy with electric bolts exploded 20 feet away from them. They were far enough away to not be caught in it, but they wondered what that was. Once the surge of energy disappeared, it became clear where it came from. The gold coin Bakugou dropped earlier. Whatever magic trap it had in it was set off. Now Bakugou knew something was up. "Sir Bakugou, wasn't that the coin the botanist gave you?" Nya immediately asked. But before he could say something, Bakugou saw a bunch of glowing energy balls coming right toward them. "Blue, look out!" Nya turns, but before she could react, Bakugou jumped in and blocked the powerful attacks with his shield, with the force of the explosive energy balls pushing them both back. After those attacks, more energy balls went on to blast at the top of the canyon, making large rocks fall and rain down on them, forcing the two heroes to run away, with Bakugou blocking the energy balls, focusing on them and blasting away any of the falling debris. But more energy balls continued coming as it continued to blow away the tops of the canyon as the two heroes continued to retreat until they were near the collapsed temple. The debris ended up covering and blocked the way out of both sides of the canyon. "What the hell is going on here? Who set us up?" Bakugou yells, but that answer finally became clear when he and Nya started to hear laughter from a distance on top of the cliffs. "Ah ha 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 ha. Looks like you two are smarter than you appear," said a voice until he finally revealed himself. It was Zenra the botanist, the one who made them go on this quest in the first place, was up at the cliff holding onto a magic staff with a sun piece on it. "Hey, that's the botanist Bakugou? What the hell is he doing?" Nya asked, looking confused. "I know who it is, Blue. By the looks of it, this whole quest was a sham after all. I wasn't expecting to be screwed over this soon though," Bakugou quickly answered as he holds out his shield. Zenra then went on to monologue. "Oh no, it wasn't a sham. I absolutely desired that seed you got out of that cave. It was the fact you were going to come back alive that was a sham though." Bakugou looked more pissed off than before, with Nya drawing out her sword, but she still wanted to know more. "Why do you even want this seed for anyway? What good is killing us for it?" Nya asked. Zenra continues to smile to give his answer. "It's more than just a seed. It's a life-giving source of power created by one of my ancestors long ago, and I intend to reclaim it. You see, I was more than some mere botanist. I was once the Queen's royal advisor of agriculture and the castle's royal gardener. I've made numerous scientific discoveries and carved beautiful landscapes all for her. Oh, Myrlia was such a wonderful woman, such authority, such power, and yet also such compassion and beauty. I over the years fell in love with her. I wanted to be with her forever. I wanted to be her new husband rather than that old hack called Gray who never appreciated me and had always says that I'm nothing more than a creepy flower breeder. Hate to agree with it, bastard consort, but you're definitely a perverted creep, trying to get your dick into a married woman." Bakugou insulted him, now realizing who he was dealing with. But Zenra was greatly insulted by that. "Shut up. I was not perverted. It was never about sex, it was about love. 5 years ago I did eventually confess to her as I presented her my most beautiful flower breeds as a gift of my love. And do you know what she did? Told you to fork off." Bakugou continues to insult. "Basically that cold-hearted beach rejected me. Gave me no mind, after that, and flocked back to that old fool. After that I burned down the gardens till every single flower was ash. Of course she fired me for that and remained with the perfect family of hers. Zenra shouts as he got more emotional about his one-sided relationship with the queen. After that I had no choice but to join a small guild to continue to have meaning in this life as well to pay for food. She pretty much had my reputation ruined after firing me, so no other noble wanted to ever hire me. It was a boring and miserable time for me. But one day I was reading through my family history, and I found out that one of my ancestors was a world-famous alchemist and had said to have created a plant with tremendous power. Combined with my genius and research, I can finally achieve my ultimate revenge. With it, I shall create a powerful army of plant warriors that will do my bidding to conquer Melromarc and destroy its armies. And once I coronate myself as emperor, I will then behead that bastard Altgray and his 2 daughters, including that spoiled brat Malty, and Myrlia will finally be all mine whether she wants to or not. She shall be my queen consort in my newfound empire, that will eventually control the whole world, and our children will continue to rule on forever. He excitingly explains to them on his insane plan. Okay, you creep, so why send us and other people to do it for you, and why try to capture us anyway? Bakugou continues to ask questions as he gives himself time to figure out a plan for him and his sidekick to get out of this death trap without Zenra just blasting them from above. Though one thing he said before did draw Bakugou's attention. He mentioned Altgray's 2 daughters. He knew full well of that beach Malty, but who was that other daughter he had? Well, that goes back to my old guild. I told them of my ancient family treasure, and of course we went to find it here for monetary gain. We found that just thinking it was ours for the taking. But to our luck the chest was enchanted by that hex, and 3 of my 5 guild members had all been reduced to dust attempting to open it. Unfortunately my magic is no good in breaking curses, and it didn't matter anyway as it was a cardinal curse, so I knew I had no chance in getting it open. It did give me an idea though. While my last 2 guild members weren't looking as they turned back to the cave entrance, I went behind them and paralyzed both of them with a paralyzing magic spell, and then dragged them off to my house. There I decided to embrace what my ancestor did in the art of science, to experiment on the 2 and continue on my research for my ultimate plan to make that beautiful beach know who's more deserving of her love. And let me guess, those other adventurers you talked about before, they ended up your next test subjects? Bakugou continued to ask as he also observed the rock formations with the easiest path to get on top to blast the mad botanist away. Yes. And I've done it multiple times. Groups of young adventurers come by to accept a supposed easy quest for big money. I gave them a gold coin as guarantee compensation. They go to the same cave and attempt to break open the chest, only for a few of them to be vaporized to dust. They realized how out of their league they are and leave the cave. Then I activate the paralyzing spell from a distance I had placed on that coin to go off in my command and well paralyze all of them. And like my guild members before, I take them and have more subjects to experiment on. There is also a tracking spell within it too, so I know where they are going if they attempt to make a run with it, and I can set it off anytime I want to. It was a perfect system, though I never expected a real cardinal hero to come by and actually take up my quest to break the hex. I won't be able to do my little scheme anymore, but oh well, at least I can finally get my prized property now. I'll kill you so you won't drive any suspicion from the authorities to me. No one will be missing the shield devil and some to me, and I don't have to pay you a single copper. He finishes as he continues to look down at the 2. Well, your stupid seed is in here, you crazy bastard. Bakugou yells as he holds up his shield. If you want it, come down and get it out of my dead body. He continues trash talking, hoping to get the mad doctor off his vantage point. But he just smiles. No need, I got my own help to get it off of your corpses for me. He then tapped his staff on the ground, creating a small surge of energy that went across the ground. At first it seemed like nothing happened until the 2 heroes saw a bunch of figures coming up next to Zenra up on the canyon. It was a bunch of monsters, but they looked humanoid, Frankenstein, and zombie-like, but are all covered in green plant-like material and stitches, with most of them about 7 feet tall with large muscles. They all looked horribly mutated and deformed with magic power behind them. Bakugou and knew that they will be forced to fight these abominations off and were ready for them. Zenro continued to monologue, "Do you like them? They were all my test subjects. They're pretty much weaker versions to what's to come, but they are still quite deadly, so good luck shield hero as you and your partner's guts are about ready to be ripped out." Ha ha ha. He laughed as he taps his staff again, "Now kill them," he orders as he points down toward the two heroes. All the mutant plant monsters went on to jump off the cliff into the canyon as they engaged the two heroes. There were about 20 of them and they were all attacking at once. They were all strong abominations and Bakugou and No went out and engaged them fight the plant monsters off. Blue attack on the left. I'll go right. Bakugou ordered as they split up and attack the plant mutants. Bakugou engaged as he uses his quirk to blast at the mutants as they attack him with their thorn-like arms and sharp teeth. No went on to slice at the mutants as they attempt to overwhelm the elf, but her speed and agility had allowed her to escape from their powerful grips. Some of the mutants went down like nothing, but some of these things were smarter than they look as many kept their distances from the two while trying to attack them with their vine-like attacks. They also had poison attacks as they barfed out a deadly purple liquid, but Bakugou's poison resistance was already so high it barely did anything, or he just blocked the liquid away with his shield, and No was too fast to get hit by the purple goo, or Bakugou just used an airstrike shield to protect her from it. Blue. Get back to me. Bakugou ordered as she ran back to Bakugou, now fighting together as they overwhelmed the mutants. Electric blast. Na shouted with her arm out as a bolt of electricity forms and zaps at one of the mutants, with Bakugou jumping at the shocked mutant as he blasts it into pieces. "See, I told you refining her skill was better," Bakugou shouted, making Na smile as they continue to fight off the mutants that are down to 5 by now. Zenro was watching above, just smiling at the two finishing off his minions, looking somewhat disappointed but wasn't as upset as one would expect. Eventually Bakugou blasted away the last mutant with the area now covered with bodies and guts of the mutant plant people. "Those are your best creations? Your work seems like shit whack." Bakugou insulted him, but Zenro didn't look scared. "Like I said, they're prototypes, but here is one thing they can do when they die." Zenro then taps his staff again with green energy flowing across the landscape. The two heroes were wondering what he did until the bodies of the dead mutants started to move. In no more than a few seconds the dead remains began to move in together like magnets as they all pile up in one spot. That clump of bodies grew bigger and bigger until the mass of biomatter started to reshape itself into a giant version of the plant mutants. The mass of dead bodies was now a living 30-foot-tall giant. They were both horrified by the monstrosity, and Bakugou became extra pissed off. "Haha, do you like it? Their human components might be dead, but their plant material is still technically alive, so I can still mold them under my thumb. Now, kill them." Zenro orders the monster as it roars loudly as the beast stomps its way across the canyon as Bakugou and try to dodge the giant plant as its arms turn into vine tentacles that attempt to smash the two from a distance. No attempts to slice open the creature by jumping right at it, cutting its belly as she did with the Hydra before. Bakugou then jumps and blasts right in its open wound, blasting a hole through it, but the monster quickly completely regenerated itself as if nothing happened. "You got to be shitting me." Regeneration. Bakugou yells at it as Zenro enjoys the show. The plant monster continued stomping on the ground, releasing out thorny vines, and shooting out large amounts of poisonous goo. The heroes continued to dodge and attempt to find a way to kill something that can regrow itself back. "How about that explosion shield, sir?" Na suggested as she slices away at the constantly growing vines. Bakugou answers back as he continued to fly and blast around at the large monster. "If this thing can just regrow its chest back from nothing, an explosion blowing away its arms won't do shit to it." The two continued to dodge the monster as it moves across the canyon, trying to outmaneuver the monster, only for the two to jump away from attacks by giant energy balls, forcing the two to dodge more things. Zenro was only laughing up top. "I figure my creation could use some help, so I hope you enjoy the power of the sun." Photosynthesis blast. He shouts as his staff forms more energy balls from the sun's power, and they continue to blow up all over the ground, with the two heroes being forced to dodge them and the monster at the same time. This continued on for a few minutes with neither side getting the upper hand, though Zenra is intending to win the war of attrition as he remains safely up there, though he was starting to grow impatient by the two's resilience. But things changed for the heroes when the bioplant abomination attempts to punch at Bakugou as he was jumping near the canyon wall, and when it finally hits the wall hard and a bunch of large boulders fall right on its head, it seems to have physically hurt the plant abomination as it stops to rub its head, feeling pain. After witnessing that, it gave Bakugou an idea to kill it. Blue, I want that thing near the canyon wall. Make it smash into the canyon as much as you can. Don't ask why, just make sure it stays where it's at. He orders his sidekick. No wasn't sure what he had planned, but she nodded in agreement and did as he said as she slices at it again and blasting it with electricity. It got its full attention and tries to smash the elf girl. Bakugou went off with his quirk towards Zenra, knowing he needed to get him out of the picture as soon as possible. Zenra continues to blast Bakugou with his photosynthesis attack, but the hero continued to jump out of the way as he blasts himself up the cliff. The doctor grew more irritated as Bakugou continued to endure. Hold still, you brute. Bakugou continues to dodge with his quirk that also allows him to fly across the wall until he was near the giant again as it smashes into the canyon wall. Bakugou then blasts at multiple points of the wall, leaving a bunch of large holes as he was getting higher and higher up the canyon, finally making Zenra nervous as he blasted at Bakugou again, even hitting his own monster as it still tries to kill Na. Bakugou, after one final push, he got himself up on top of the canyon. Zenra freaks out with the shield hero right next to him. He attempts a spell, photosynth, but Bakugou quickly grabs at the staff. Zenra attempts to fight over it, but he was useless physically against muscle-bound Bakugou. And after a good yank, the staff was now Bakugou's, despite it zapping him with electricity for holding the weapon he's not allowed to use. He quickly hits the doctor in the head with it like a blunt object, making Zenra fall off the cliff. Zenra screams as he falls off into the canyon until he hits his back on his monster's head, breaking his fall, but just ends up falling again on the ground, breaking both his legs and back. The pain. No. You can't kill off me or my creation, you unintelligent bruisers. You're still as good as dead. The doctor insults as he attempts to crawl away in pain. Na still kept the monster at one spot, with Bakugou jumping back down with his rope shield keeping him attached to the cliff, and starts blasting more holes into the canyon with more large rocks falling on the monster's head, getting it to focus back Bakugou as it punches into the cliff trying to kill him. But that was exactly what he wanted. It continued smashing and smashing, and once Bakugou was right behind a large hole, he made the abomination make one last effort to smash him. Bakugou jumps away as the plant monster punches in through the hole. But it was now stuck, unable to get its arm out of the hole no matter how hard it tries. You idiot. Just cut your arm off, you'll regenerate a new one. Zenra yells at his creation while still broken, laying on the ground. But it did no use as Na moves away and Bakugou blasts himself some distance away from the cliff, still attached to the rope. You probably should have given your creations some brains. Cause without your fancy staff it's nothing but a retarded plant. And now it's time to bury it in dirt. Bakugou yells to insult Zenra as he falls back toward the cliff with momentum, with his quirk ready to fire while yelling. As soon as Bakugou was right at the wall, boom! Bakugou made a large explosion right at the cliff. The canyon wall quickly starts to crack and shake until a bunch of giant boulders started falling down. Bakugou converted his shield back, breaking the rope, and blasted himself away as the cliff wall collapses. The monster remains stuck as Zenra looks in horror, knowing what the shield hero had just done. No. No. Not my creation. He screams as some of the large boulders start to fall near him, freaking Zenra out as he attempts to crawl away. Quickly enough, the entire cliff collapses into an avalanche of giant rocks covering the area as the monster is buried beneath all of it, completely crushing and killing it.
with the only part of itself left exposed was its left arm as it falls on the ground now completely lifeless. Zenra had also been partially buried with the bottom half of his injured body now covered in rocks as he struggled to get himself out, but to no avail. The doctor and mutant plant giant had finally been defeated. Finally relieved, the two heroes healed themselves with magic. Bakugou then went up to the plant giant's hand to sample out it and placed it in his shield that then showed, shield unlocked, plant abomination shield, increased damage to plant-based monsters by 20%. The two were about ready to finally leave the canyon until they heard some faint struggling. It was Zenra trying his best to get unstuck under the rocks. No. It can't end like this. I need to rebuild, and Bakugou then went up to him to make a smug grin to rub salt on the wound of the madman. You probably should have had a career changed and got yourself a woman who wasn't already married, Bakugou jokingly snarked at Zenra to piss him off. Yo. You bastard. I'll make you suffer for this shield devil. Once I'm out of here and I get my bones fixed, I'll chop you up and turn you and your beach into fertilizer. Zenra threatens them as he could barely make out words anymore. And Bakugou just smugly smirked at him. Good luck with that, quack. You're pretty much buzzard food now. Bakugou finally mocks him as he uses his quirk to launch himself up the collapsed cliff, with Na using her magic power jump to follow him until they were both back up the cliff. Wait. You can't leave me here like this. The doctor desperately tries to call for them, realizing what situation he was in now. Maybe it won't be too bad. Maybe if I can think of some magic spell to help me I can. But to the doctor's luck, he saw shadows moving on the ground and looks up to see a bunch of birds flying around until landing near him. They were giant predatory hawks now eyeing an easy lunch. Zenra panics and attempts with all of his might to get out of the rock avalanche, but it was no use as more surround him as they observe their soon-to-be meal. Nice birdies, be good. I'm just an innocent botanist here trying to. Then they started to aggressively peck him. Help me. Somebody help me. He screamed as the desert hawks ripped him up with no means of attacking or escaping the carnage. Bakugou and Na watch from above. That happened faster than I thought. Bakugou says as he and Na turn around from the eat out. So what now, Sir Bakugou? Na asked. After all, the crazy stuff they just went through in one day. Bakugou quickly activates his map shield. First things first is to visit the quack's house again and burn what's left in there. He answered, wanting to make sure all of Zenra's abominations are done for. The two instantly teleport back to Zenra's place in Melromarc's capital, still in the same condition as it was before. Bakugou wasted no time and blasts open the door into the house. As they get a good look at the place, it was covered in plants and scientific equipment. Most looked like normal plants, but some of them looked like mutated abominations. Only these ones are stationary like a normal plant. One even tried to bite on Bakugou's hand but ends up getting blown to bits. He and Na searched around the house, tearing the place up to see if they could find any secret lab or anywhere he would have done his experiments. Bakugou went upstairs to his bedroom that was covered up in pictures and posters of a purple-haired noble woman with some having Zenra's face glued on next to her, including portraits where King Alt-Kray was on completely covered over. This was most likely Queen Myrelia that the man obsesses over. But as he looked at one picture, he noticed two other individuals on it other than the Queen and Alt-Kray with his face plastered over. Malti, whose side gives Bakugou rage, and the other was a little girl with dark blue hair. To his guess, this must be that other daughter Zenra mentioned earlier, who looked a lot younger than Malti, nor more than 10 years old. Bakugou wasn't sure what to make of it. He didn't know who this girl is. She could be no better than her sister, but then again she could be more like her mother, who, by from what he knows from her shadows and stuff he heard from the locals, she's a more reasonable person that seemed to be just as mad at her bastard husband. She seemed to support the shield hero without even meeting him in person. It was something for Bakugou to think about later, as he had no idea where this girl was, her name, or if she was even alive, so it was not his problem for now. He moves away from the picture and quickly found something disturbing. It was a life-size large mannequin doll that looked a lot like the queen with a wedding gown and by the look of it some of her real purple hair on its head. Bakugou was so disgusted he blew the doll into pieces, not against the queen but to that, now dead madman's creepy obsession. He looked around more until he found a safe that he blew open and found 15 gold coins inside. After scanning the coins with his shield they had no magic on them so they were perfectly safe unlike the one before. At least I got paid for this insanity plus extra. He says to himself out loud as he pockets the money. After tearing up the place enough they eventually found a bookshelf up against a wall in the living room. Bakugou knocks on the wall on the side of it and finds out that it's hollow. Na immediately knew what this was. So the entrance to his basement is behind this bookshelf. Okay, so I'm guessing we pick through the books until we find the right. Boom. Na turns and saw that Bakugou just blew through the whole bookcase, or I guess doing. That works too. Na says as the two go down to the lair. It was quite the horrid sight, not like with the queen doll but more about body horror as they see many horrified looking creations both alive and dead in cages. The two proceed to kill off the live ones to put them out of their misery. They also heard groaning voices around and quickly found two normal survivors who seemed to look like adventurers, one boy and one girl that were chained up on tables to be the next guinea pigs in the late doctor's experiments. They were barely alive from starvation, but thanks to Bakugou's healing magic and blasting off the chains he got the two up again as they cried to their rescuers, "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us, this botanist guy is insane. He's going to turn us into plant monsters soon." The male adventurer thanked as the two hugged Bakugou's knees that only irritated him. "Get off of me, idiots. The doctor is bird shit now, so quit crying about it." Bakugou bluntly yelled to the two, but despite yelling at them, they were still so happy to be saved by a hero even when it was the shield hero. "That's good, I hope that evil bastard is burning in hell now," the girl says, as she tried to comfort her partner. Bakugou then pointed the two toward the way out. "Just get out of here already. Inform the guards of this and have them burn it to the ground. But it's best you don't mention me and my sidekick's involvement or they will just ignore you." He ordered them and they were happy to oblige. "Of course, thank you again, shield hero, we hope to meet you again to repay the favor," the male adventurer said to him as they run out of the house. After that and killing off the rest of the mutant abominations, Bakugou and Na were ready to head out and let the city guard take care of the rest. But right before Bakugou left the basement he noticed one book near a table of an abomination corpse that had the title of Plant Stats and Modification. It seemed like any ordinary book that anyone can buy. Bakugou easily concluded that Zenro was probably using it to help his research to make his plant monsters. Bakugou decided to keep the book for himself, thinking it had some use, especially with the shield he got from the seed, the bio-plant shield. Once put away, he and Na quickly ran out of the house before the guards would come to destroy the building. After a few minutes, the guards eventually did come, and after they did their own investigation the whole place was burned to the ground with all that was inside. Na and Bakugou watched from the streets, far enough away from this so they couldn't just turn toward them and accuse the shield devil of anything. Na then finally said something. "So what now, Sir Bakugou? Call it a day and just rest at the inn?" Na asked, specifically wanting to just sleep after all the crazy fighting in one day. "Absolutely not, Blue. We still need to visit the town that was close to where we were at before," he told her, making a sigh. "Can't we just visit there tomorrow? The town isn't going anywhere," she complains. "You really think our driver is going to survive a night out there by himself?" Bakugou asked autocorrect. "We forgot about him. I hope he is alright." Na freaks out now remembering him. "Can't know until we get back. So quit complaining and get next to me," he ordered her, and she complies as Bakugou and Na fast travel back to the canyon area. 2 hours had passed and Bakugou and Na were back on the cart again with Dao. Thankfully he was fine, spent most of his time reading until he waited for the shield hero's return as promised. They continue their trip to that town close by the abandoned guild temple.
Na continued reading through water spell books again, hoping to finally get water magic. Bakugou was reading through the now dead madman's book on plant biology and modification. It seemed similar enough to how his world's biology works. However, he did learn about certain plants that can be directly modified through magic, with various stats being labeled like propagation, production, vitality, immunity, intelligence, growth, and mutation. He decided to go through his inventory to find the seed within it. After pressing through the menu and activating the bioplant shield, he discovered a screen that showed off the seed stats. The shield didn't tell what each stat did, but the book Bakugou acquired did, so he knew what it all meant for a plant to have. He played around and messed with the seed by making duplicates of it to make small versions of the plant he creates from manipulating its stats, with many turning hostile, especially with high intelligence and mutation, but it was not a threat to Bakugou, who can kill it quickly before it grew out of control. Bakugou hardly cared about plants, but it did seem like an interesting ability to being able to create his own plants in the way he wants to. But what kept catching his eye was that glowing orb from the golem. It didn't seem to be harmful, but the object did seem to feel warm, not burning hot but enough to warm up a hand. Bakugou was unsure what it was, and he hoped he'd get an answer soon. After another hour, the two finally made it to the town of Melromarc. The whole area seemed very bleak, with a very depressing atmosphere around it. Once they were in town itself, it was a sad sight to see. The entire marketplace was closed down, and there didn't seem to be any place to buy food at. The entire town had sad faces everywhere, and everyone looked hungry. The two heroes can easily tell that this village was starving. The wagon did draw attention to the villagers as they began to follow it with people unknown to them. Once the wagon made it to the center of town, many of the villagers began to crowd around it, hoping it had food in it. Bakugou jumps out of it with his shield in its book form along with Na as the starving people stare at the two. Things were silent at first until some of the villagers started to talk. "Please sir, do you have any food? My children haven't eaten in 2 days. Sir, my mother is sick in bed now and we had no trade lately. Mister, please, I'll pay you any price, I'll do anything." The villagers all continued asking and begging for food, with so many voices shouting and interrupting Bakugou, which infuriated him. The amount of noise began to irritate Bakugou as he attempts to bring order. Will you all just be quiet?" He ordered them, but the voices continued to be loud, pissing him off more. "I said quiet." He shouted at them, but they continued to not listen and talk over him until Bakugou had enough. "Shut up, you idiots." He explodes at them as he lets out his quirk, shocking and surprising everyone into silence. Bakugou could have continued to explode at them, but he knew it wouldn't be the hero way if he continued to yell at the starving people. He would only just prove the king and the church that he was the devil by continuing to act that way. All he wanted was order. After some deep breaths, he calmed himself and spoke again. "Look, I do have food to give away, and because I'm nice I won't charge any of you for it," he told them, with everyone now smiling for this stranger's generosity. However, he continued getting their attention again. "I want goddamn order here. All of you idiots will get into a single file line and I shall give you a pack of hydra meat that should feed up to 5 people for the day. But don't complain about anything else or me and my sidekick are out of here. Got it?" he told and ordered them. It was harsh, but if things weren't kept under control, they would probably kill each other over the meat. The villagers all noted and agreed to his request. In a few minutes they all lined up as Bakugou used his cardinal weapon to take out the last of the hydra meat from his inventory, as Na hands each person one at a time their share of meat. About an hour later, they gave the last villager in line their packet of meat, with all the villagers now having something to eat. Bakugou was thankful that was the last one, as he only had about 7 packets of hydra meat left. Those were given to the ones who had many really young children. They were the ones needing it the most. After that, one older-looking person came up to the two. "Thank you so much for your generosity, sir. It's not every day we have an encounter a man willing to give away most of his stock for hungry people for free," he thanked Bakugou. "Yeah, whatever, I was getting tired of the damn hydra meat anyway, so I just wanted it out of my sight." He makes up trying to act tough, but the elder didn't care either way. Well, whatever the reason, we are all still thankful. I'm the lord of this town and we had all been through hard times lately. The lord told them. What is your name anyway? He also asked. It's Kakun, that's all you need to know. Bakugou lied. Figuring people would not react well to the shield devil, he took up a fake name to help hide his identity in places like this. It was his nickname. People would call him back at home since they were kids. He didn't care about it that much, but it was useful enough without it sounding too obviously fake, as the village lord didn't question it. How did this town get like this? Why is there so little food around? Na finally asked them, with Bakugou wanting to know too. The lord then explained, we had a lot of bad luck recently. We had a terrible blight that killed off most of our crops, then the waves came by. We didn't suffer many human casualties, but the monsters ruined what was left of the crops and killed off our livestock. Since then we had to rely on the food stocks we had locked up in storage, but since last week the last of our reserves had ran dry and now we are barely getting by. It seemed like we were all going to starve to death until you came by to give us some hope again. Why didn't you ask for any help from the crown? Na asked. We did, but we haven't received any response from them. They seemed to have more important things to do than helping out a minor village. The lord answered, looking like he had been betrayed from an uncaring regent. Typical. I'm not surprised that consort bastard did nothing. He focuses more on important things to him, like wanting to protect Ponytail's reputation than protecting his subjects. Bakugou commented, so what are you idiots going to do now? He bluntly asked him. The village lord took a while to say anything until he finally said, we don't know. We tried to replant the fields for more food, but it takes time and most of us don't have that. I don't think even half the village will make it by next week. It seemed like a grim sight for the future of the village with no means of getting food. It seemed like the place was doomed, but Na wasn't going to give up on them and turned back to her. Master, Sir Bakugou, there has to be something we can do about this. We can't just leave them to starve to death. Do I look like a farmer to you? I'm the last guy you want to ask about growing food. You people have better luck just leaving the stump. Bakugou bluntly told them. But this is our home, where many generations have lived on. We have so much history here, we wouldn't ever abandon it. And, besides, we have many who are too old, too young, or too sick to travel long distances, and not everyone can afford a wagon to carry their stuff. So please, Sir Kakun, there must be another way. Bakugou hated to be in this kind of predicament where he can't just blow up the problem as he growls in anger. This is so pointless. Unless you have some miracle plant that can grow food quickly, then you idiots might as well. But before Bakugou could finish, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly looks at his book shield as it pops up a menu where he checks his inventory and finds the magic seed again, remembering what he was doing earlier. He also takes out the magic plant modification book as he skims over some of the pages. He pridefully smirks again. He then grips his hand. Alright, listen. Here. Just give me 1 day and I'll fix this food problem of yours instantly. He shouts toward the village lord, who was quite surprised to hear that. A day? How's that even possible? The lord stuttered in surprise. I'll make it possible, Grandpa. Just give me a place for me to do my work and it'll be done, Bakugou demands from him. The lord quickly answers by pointing toward a large building. Well, there is an inn with plenty of open rooms if you... But Bakugou cuts him off. That'll do. Blue, while I'm on that, go around and help the town with whatever, don't bother me while I'm working. So tonight get yourself another room in the inn. He ordered Na as he walks toward the building. Yes sir, I won't disturb you then. Na responds as the shield hero went to do his work. After that, Na did exactly what Bakugou told her to do and helped around the small town. Mostly minor things like fixing some broken stuff and playing with some children that are trying to find some fun in this bad time. Eventually night came and Na did as she was told to do and went to bed in a different room as Bakugou continued to spend all night trying to make up a miracle. By next morning the villagers were gathered to see what this hero had to show off. Feast your eyes on this. he shouts as he showed off a seed, but this one looked a lot different than the one they got out of the cave yesterday, now redder and smaller. What is it? One of the villagers asked. This is my creation, the seed of a Katsuki fruit tree. This baby will grow and bear fruit in less than a minute and will continually get bigger. Bakugou brags to them, naming the plant and fruit after himself. Though most of the villagers were confused, wondering if any of this was even real, a plant that can grow food in less than a day? You aren't pulling our legs, are you, pal? One of the villagers doubting it. I spent all night making this damn thing, so why don't you shut up and let me show you already? Bakugou shouted, freaking the villagers out and making the man shut his mouth. Bakugou then blew a small hole in the ground with his cork and drops the seed in it and quickly covers it back up, and only in a matter of minutes the seed quickly grew from a small seed into a small tree just about as tall as Bakugou. And just as quickly it bared large orange-red fruits that were star-shaped about the size of a large apple. The villagers were all amazed by this plant. What is that thing? One of the villagers asked. I already told you idiots, it's a Katsuki fruit tree. Grows nutrient and vitamin-rich fruit instantly. My own creation. Bakugou continued to brag about it as some of the villagers were amazed, but others weren't as excited. Yes, the hero did it. He has created a miracle to solve our hunger. Now we can. Hold on a second. One of the villagers shouted as a few others joined in, confusing the other villagers and was pissing off Bakugou. What the hell is wrong? Bakugou angrily asked. Haven't we all remembered the legend that our elders passed down? There it stated that the town would face ultimate doom by a seed created by an alchemist. This whole scenario is too good to be true. This hero is probably the harbinger of our doom for all we know. The cautious villager says as the rest of the confused villagers continue to talk to each other, with them remembering that old tale. Neil, let's not do this. We all know of the legend, but we have no other food to give out. We will starve to death if we don't find an alternative food source. The Lord tells the skeptical villager. I'm still not trusting this alchemist. The fruit could be deadly for all we know. The guy thinks up as the villagers began to discuss and argue about the plant. Bakugou just face-palms himself in anger. Are these idiots really going to do this? He says to himself with no wanting to chime in. They could be talking about that original seed we got out of the cave. That was created by an evil alchemist. That might be what they are referring to? Na says to him. Of course that's what they are talking about, idiot. You think those two things didn't originally go together? Now they're going to starve to death because of that stupid alchemist who couldn't make a proper plant. He shouts to himself as he tries to think of something to make these villagers accept the fruit. But after taking one more look at the villagers, he finally came up with something. Listen up. Bakugou shouts to get the villagers' attention. You idiots are continuing to argue over a stupid legend that you don't even know the exact details to. This bullshit is pointless. Just try my damn plant and not make me force it in your heads before starvation. He shouts at the villagers, with some of them still doubting this generosity. We are not taking any chances, you can just get out of here with your thing. The one villager demanded. Bakugou was getting pissed off and was about ready to walk up and punch the guy. But before he could, Na jumps in to say something. Listen, all of you, before you make your choice, why don't you look down below you? She told them. Many of the villagers looked down and all they see is their children, weak, hungry, and starving. Let me ask you. Are you going to tell them they won't get any more food just because of an old fairy tale? That you are more concerned of yourselves, that you ignore the ones that need you the most? I know it can be scary to go into the unknown, but you can't think of just yourselves when you have people who depend on you for help. I learned that lesson from a great man, a man who is trying to help all of you from the goodness of his heart. You should at least try it and see for yourselves and help the ones that can't help themselves. Na says to the group. Bakugou had his arms crossed, somewhat surprised to see his sidekick handling a situation like this on her own. Many of them were still unsure, but her speech in the sight of their hungry children was becoming unbearable to them. Eventually the pressure made them concede. All right. I guess there's nothing wrong with at least trying it first," said Neil, the one who originally protested this in the first place, whose daughter was standing next to him just as hungry as the rest. He himself walks up to the plant and picks off the fruit to be the one to taste test. He quickly bites into it and eats the fruit. Many were anticipating something bad would happen, but after a few seconds of chewing, nothing did happen. Neil was actually really liking the fruit and continued biting into it until he ate the whole thing, even its seeds. It tastes amazing and so filling. He smiles and turns toward the crowd. "Everyone. The fruit is fine. It's time to finally have full bellies again," he told them, with the children looking all relieved and happy. They all ran up at the same time to the Katsuki fruit tree. And without hesitation they all ate the fruit off of the small tree. The little ones all enjoyed the fruit, feeling such joy they never felt in a long time. Bakugou pridefully smiles to himself again. "Ha, and everyone back home says that I scare away children," he says to himself as he creates some more of the plants on the ground, seeing how the children almost ate the one tree bare of its fruits. With the children showing no ill effects or anything harmful like Neil, all the adults decided to dig in themselves. Even the original skeptical ones finally gave in and started to munch on the amazing fruit. In minutes the entire village was indulging themselves as Bakugou gave the village a large supply of seeds he created, allowing the villagers to grow more and more as they plant themselves and harvest the quick-bearing fruit. Bakugou had succeeded where the alchemist failed. Solving Hungerna was also just as happy as well, seeing her master bringing such joy to the world despite his pride. "You have done an amazing thing, sir. You had transformed this village for the better, just as you did with Loot," she complimented him. "Obviously, but don't let me take all the credit. You did your part as well with kicking that war's ass back at Loot and getting these idiots to accept my plant without shoving it down their throats. You still have a lot to learn, but not bad, Blue," he complimented back as he gave a single thumb up, making her feel even prouder and happier of herself. The village lord came up to Bakugou again after he finishes eating his fourth Katsuki fruit already. "Thank you so much, hero. You have saved this village from starvation and brought us hope for the future. How can we ever repay you?" he asked. Bakugou thought to himself if he could think of anything that wasn't too greedy but still useful to him as a traveling hero. Taking money from starving villagers would make him look bad and made him no better than what myne tried to do back at Loot. After a minute of thinking he finally thought up something. "How about free stays for life at the inn, and I take about 3% of all monthly profits from my fruit for about a year?" he asked. The leader was surprised by how generous that offer was. "Really, only 3%? My boy, you deserve at least half for all that you have done for us. But if that is all that you want, then we will honor it and reserve a permanent spot at the inn for life," he thanks as he bows to Bakugou. Bakugou did have one more thing to say though, as he gets something out of a bag. "Also, do any of you know what this thing is?" he asked, showing them the orange orb thing. The lord and a few others observed it to see what it is, but they were just as clueless as Bakugou. "I'm sorry, but we have no idea what it is. It doesn't seem like any magic crystal ball or any sort of other items we are familiar with. I guess you could always take it to the royal court or to the church to get an answer," he told him. But those were the last places Bakugou wanted to go, and he just growls in anger as he puts away the orb. "Forget it. Just make sure you idiots don't kill off my plants. I spent all damn night getting them right," he said to them as they say their thanks again and went toward the rest of the villagers to discuss how they will be planting the new plants. Na turned toward Bakugou again. "So what now?" she asked. "We're going to have to stay here a few days. Help them with whatever they want and do minor quests to make sure nothing insane happens with my plant," he tells her, which actually amused Na a bit. "Ha, you think something will happen with your plant? Are you acknowledging that you might have made another mistake and might not be a perfect hero?" She jokes and giggles to herself, which only pissed off Bakugou. "No, I'm not. It's just to keep precaution. With the rules of this weird world, who knows what could happen?" He yells and excuses himself, not liking his sidekick making fun of him.
But Na just continues to smile as the two walk over to help out the villagers on their plans to revitalize the town. 2 days had passed since Bakugou's miracle and the fields are already full of Katsuki fruit trees. What was once a town on the brink of starvation was now filled with food and life. Bakugou and Na had stuck around to help out the villagers with anything like repairing structures, curing the sick and injured, killing off dangerous wildlife, and many other things. Of course Bakugou just wanted to make sure nothing funny happens with his plans that have so far shown no major mutations or anything else that could threaten the villagers. Eventually a few of the villagers did figure out Bakugou was the shield hero and his real name was Katsuki Bakugou, naming himself after the plant. They definitely wouldn't have trusted him at all had they knew who he really was days ago, but as of now they didn't care. Despite his loud mouth and rude attitude, this hero had saved their village and did so much for it. They didn't care that he was the so-called shield devil. To them he was seen as the saint of the orange star fruit. Everything seemed fine, but what had kept bugging Bakugou was that orb thing. It continued to glow and emit heat for all this time, but he nor anyone else knew what it was. And he sure wasn't going to the church or crown to find out. He even fast-traveled to Melromarc's capital to the magic shop owner, and she was just as clueless about it. So Bakugou just kept it around, in the hopes he could finally figure it out. What such a thing could have been used to power up a golem? His answer finally came up sooner than he thought. After spending a third night in the inn of the town at his and Na's permanent rooms, Bakugou and Na finally awake as they get ready to eat breakfast and finish what other jobs the town offers, then head back to the capital to continue on with their adventure. "Come on, Blue, will you hurry it up, I'm starving." Bakugou yells at her with his stomach desiring breakfast. "Sorry sir, I'm almost done, I just need to put on my boots then." But suddenly a strange loud noise came from inside the room that alerted the two. They turned to where the sound came from, and it was from the orange orb that was suddenly glowing brightly and shaking in place on a table Bakugou placed it at for the night. Bakugou raised up his shield and yelled to Na, "Behind me now." And Na ran behind with her blade out and Bakugou having his quirk active. The two weren't sure what was happening, but they were ready to engage the threat as the orb continues to act crazy. This continued for a few more seconds until the top of it started to crack. Bakugou was ready for an explosive result. But, finally, the top of it cracked open and the glow stopped. Bakugou and Na were confused, wondering what was going on. But it became clear as more cracks opened out and what was inside the orb had finally revealed itself. It was a tiny lizard-like creature covered in slime, and the shell of the orb, it was an egg. But what could it be? Na finally spoke out, with Bakugou still silent, understanding what Na said quite well. The baby lizard creature continued to struggle until it got the rest of itself out of the egg. Bakugou was curious and decided to move closer, but remaining cautious. He got a closer look at it, and the baby creature was scaly, colored light orange with a small tail, and had what looked like bat-like front arms. While standing there, Bakugou quickly came to the conclusion to what it was. "If I had to guess, it's a baby dragon," he answers Na as he lowered his guard down on the baby as it continues to crawl around the table exploring its new world. "I'm guessing it was used as a power source to that rock bastard," he concluded, considering the power a dragon can have. Bakugou remained mostly silent as he observes the baby dragon as it starts to cough up little fire puffs, proving Bakugou's theory. The little baby dragon then notices Bakugou and crawls on its winged hands to get closer to him as it rubs itself on Bakugou in comfort. Bakugou remained mostly quiet as he was actually getting attached to the tiny baby as it allows itself to be imprinted on Bakugou. Na finally came up toward the two, surprised but at the same time happy to see her master in such a calm state. "It seems to think you're his mama, Sir Bakugou," she comments. Though Bakugou got mad by it. "Dad. It's Dad, idiot," he shouts angrily at her, for once actually trying to not be too loud with the baby dragon as it lays itself on Bakugou's hands as it moves around on them. It was a peaceful sight to the two as they observe it crawling around the table again. "So we going to keep it then?" Na quietly asked. "Of course we are.
You think I'm just going to throw out my own personal dragon? Bakugou quickly answers her. Bakugou had always wanted to have a pet lizard or snake since he was a child. But his mother would never let him have one, thinking he would just use it to torment Deku, which she might have been right about that. The two smiles for a bit until Na asked, "Something else from Bakugou, so what are you going to name it?" "Prince Explosion Murder," Bakugou immediately suggested. "Oh come on Sir Bakugou, you can give it a better name than that," Na says, rolling her eyes, which just made Bakugou angry. "What's wrong with that? It's a perfect name for a fire-breathing dragon." Bakugou quickly shouts at Na, wondering why so many people always hated the explosion murder part of the name. I mean, you're not going to give a child a name like that, and pets shouldn't be treated any less. He should have a more normal name. Preferably one that is one word, Na suggested. As much as he hates to admit it, he knew Na did have a point. Maybe a name like that would be fine as a hero name, but he would have murdered his parents if they made his real legal name King Explosion Murder. So, Bakugou continued to think about some more names that would fit, until he figured out a perfect name for his tiny dragon. "Alright, I got one. How about Kirishima? That sounds like a great name. Does it mean anything?" she liked and asked, never hearing a name like that before. Bakugou quickly answered her, "In my homeworld it means friend." He made up, though just remembering Kirishima already made him somewhat homesick already. Baby dragon Kirishima crawled back up to Bakugou's hands and went to sleep on him, making the young hero somehow a little outdated, so I shorten it. I also want to discuss Bakugou's team and sidekicks, including the new member. The dragon Kirishima for this story won't be too much of a character, at least compared to Filio. He'll be like the Appa and Momo of the story, being mostly the intelligent pet of the team, though I have some stuff planned for him involving the dragons of this world later on. Also, as of now, I have two future sidekicks planned out, one being a canon character, not Melty, but she will be in a temporary like in canon, and another arc that I'll introduce later. But that will be mostly for the first part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Heroes story up until the Chimera arc. I'm thinking of adding 2 or 3 more sidekicks joining up later, down the road past that arc, and as of now I have no clue what they could be.